folks from the, thank you, Ariella. The meeting is being recorded. We have folks from Bureau of Ocean Energy Management here to share with you the status of where they are with offshore wind planning. And then, so there'll be a presentation. And then we have an opportunity for you to have an informal question and answer session. So, and the meetings that we had in Newport and in Cruise Bay, that question and answer session were pretty flexible. So if you've got a lot of questions, you want to have a longer time with informal discussion, we'll take pretty much all the time you need to do that. And then after that, we'll close it, and then we'll open up what we call formal public comment. And that's an opportunity for you to come and make a formal public comment that goes into the registry on regulations.gov. And we have Shalene here, who is a court reporter, and will take down everything you say verbatim. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to that point in the meeting. So 3 parts to the meeting: presentation for about an hour, Q&A for hour and a half, as long as you need, and then we'll move into public comment. So a couple of things, if you want to put the next slide up, Ariella. So we've got a few ground rules. I mean, we all participate in public meetings, public conversations all the time. It's just worthwhile to remember that we do. The agenda is pretty straightforward, pretty simple. We ask that you participate actively and respectfully. We've heard differences of opinions in the meetings that we've had so far, and we just ask that folks listen respectfully to differences of opinions. Welcome. Be mindful of your speaking time. It's a small group. We don't have that many folks online. We don't have that many folks in the room. There should be plenty of time for everybody to be able to say what you'd like to say. But if you find yourself speaking a lot and you know that other folks haven't had a chance, just check yourself to give other people an opportunity. And I'll be watching for that as well. When you speak, we'll ask that you provide your full name and affiliation. It's also really helpful if you're associated with the fishery to tell us what fishery that is. This is a conversation that we've set up, this opportunity with the Oregon Trawl Commission, really focused on having a discussion with folks in the different fisheries. Respect differences of opinion and perspectives, already talked about that. Stay on mute when you're not speaking in the room. That just means no side conversations. Certainly for folks online, if they can mute themselves when they're not speaking, that helps to cut down on background noise. Refrain from sidebar conversations. We just ask that you step outside or back in the back corner and not do that in the room. It makes it hard for people in the room and hard for folks online to hear. And then I think everybody's signed in. We have this public comment opportunity, and we've asked that you register for that, and you'll get a number, and during the public comment time, we'll call you in the number of the order that you've signed in. At any point in the meeting, you can just go back out to the table, say that you want to do public comment, we'll give you a number. We're trying to be pretty informal and pretty flexible, but we do just want to keep track of who signed up. So Ariella, is there another slide around? There we go. So for folks online, welcome. Like I said, there's about 25. We've got 25 online now. And just for comparison, in our first meeting in Newport, we had about 40 people in the room and about 40 people online. And in the meeting yesterday in Coos Bay, we had about 30 people in the room and about 30 people online. So the meetings have been, kind of half and half that way. For folks online, you can click the mute button at the bottom of the screen to mute yourself when you're not speaking. If you've just called in, you can enter the discussion queue, use the raise your hand button or press 9 on your phone. If you're unable to speak, you can use the chat to ask questions, and Ariella will read those to me and we can read those for you. We encourage you to keep your webcam on during the discussion. For folks online, you don't have to be on, we don't have to see you, but it's nice, and you'll be projected on the screen so we can all see people online on the screen. And public comment will not be accepted through the chat. So, if you want to make formal public comment, you need to go to regulations.gov if you're online, or sign up to do public comment during the public comment time today. And then here's Ariella's contact information for folks online if you have any questions or concerns. I think those are all of and then here's our agenda. Already talked about that. So with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Elena to make some opening remarks. And then Elena, you'll pass it back to me and we'll go through some other introductions. I think you just put it right up.
Oh,
Yep.
okay,
Easy.
perfect.
Easier than yesterday.
That's good. We don't have to ask every time we talk. Can you hear me? Good morning. My name is Yelena Novak. I'm the executive director of the Oregon Chalk Commission. Our commission is an industry-funded state government entity that was established by the Oregon State Legislature in 1963 to support the Oregon chalk fishing industry. Our fisheries, the trawl sector includes Oregon pink shrimp fishery, Pacific whiting, the shoreside sector, and the bottom trawl groundfish fishery. We are very proud owner, if you will, for the lack of better word, of the Marine Stewardship Council certification for all three of our fisheries. We are very committed to sustainability, continued sustainability. And I think across the board, across various fisheries, various sectors, recreational, commercial, different gear groups, many of us agree that offshore wind energy is the largest threat to our livelihoods, probably of our lifetime. And I appreciate, come on in, those who are coming, come on in, take a seat. Thank you for the time you took to come here today and consider speaking. Thank you, BOEM team, for coming for 3 days to the Oregon coast. We had a meeting in Newport, as Jamie noted earlier, on Wednesday. Yesterday, we had one in North Bend, Goose Bay. And today is our meeting number 3 in our gorgeous Wild Rivers coast. So welcome here. A quick background description. I would like to also thank my colleagues, Heather Mann. She is the executive director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. She graciously agreed to host the first meeting in Newport. And I'm covering these 2 meetings here and the one we had yesterday. I also would like to thank Mike Okanevsky, a consultant with Pacific Seafood, who has been hands-on involved in these, Susan Chambers and Lori Steele from West Coast Seafood Processors Association, also hands-on involved in this together with Heather. And as a matter of fact, the idea for these meetings came from Mike Okanevsky and Susan Chambers, who are both members of Marine Planning Committee of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. That was the council established Marine Planning Committee specifically due to the industry's request associated with offshore wind energy and the need for us, for fisheries, to have a seat at the table, which council always provides us with. A key takeaway for me personally from the last 2 meetings was, well, one of the main takeaways that BOEM has some fishing data, but it's not sufficient. I think there's a lot of room to improve it. And that came up in every other comment. At the yesterday meeting, we had BOEM's director, Amanda Lefton. Thank you for that opportunity as well. And Amanda encouraged the honest and straightforward conversation, and that's what she was hoping for. So I would like to echo that statement and hope for a very honest conversation today. We don't know, fisheries or stakeholders, we don't know the rules of the game. And we have to dig very deep to find those rules. So I really hope that we can have an open channel at this in this setting of the communication. Thank you. All right, I will pass it back to Jamie. Thank you again for coming, and thank you. And I look forward to hearing your thoughts and the comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Yelena. And for folks who've just joined us, because I know maybe 8-10 people just came in. So the meeting is divided into 3 sections. For the first 45 minutes or so, it's a presentation. After that, it's question and answer. So an informal question and answer. You don't need a number for question and answer. I'm going to walk around with the mic. So we'll have plenty of opportunity for an informal discussion. And then we'll close that, take a break, and then we'll move into a formal public comment. And that's where you need your number, just so we can keep track of the order. And we have a court reporter here who will transcribe everything you say verbatim, so that it can go into the register. So with that, there's a few other people we want to introduce. And I did forget one thing before we introduce our BOEM folks and someone online. In the back of the room, you'll see some maps on the wall, and there's a couple of handouts. We've got color handouts of the data sets that you'll hear presented today, as well as a packet of the research that's been done. And so those are in the back, and we have a workstation that Frank will be able to work with you one-on-one with the Aura Wind Map tool that you'll hear a little bit more about from Andy Lanier with Department of Land Conservation and Development with the state, who is online with us. So Andy, can you go ahead and introduce yourself and put your video on so we can see you?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Lanier. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator with the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Our agency has been tasked with helping to staff the Intergovernmental Task Force and work with BOEM during the planning phase. And I have been one of the architects of the Aura Wind Map tool. So happy to talk to you today and to listen to the conversations. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Andy. And you have no idea how big your face is on the wall in front of all of us.
I am sorry for that.
No worries. And so, Whitney, I'm going to hand it over to you to introduce your team.
Hi, good morning. My name is Whitney Hauer. I'm with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and really happy to be here this morning. And it's a pleasure to introduce our team. I'm going to first pass it over to Doug Boren, our Regional Director.
Great, thanks, Whitney, and good morning, everyone. And I'll second that it is quite beautiful here in Gold Beach, and it's, I'll say it's my first time to Gold Beach, and I hope that I'll be able to come back again soon. And happy Friday, everyone. I just realized it was Friday also just a few minutes ago. So I am Doug Boren. I'm the Regional Director for the BOEM Pacific region. We're here today to, and thanks, Yelena. The Oregon Trawl Commission has really done a lot of work, and I just wanted to say thanks to Yelena for working with Whitney and the BOEM team for helping us, get this meeting together so that we can come to the community and, talk about offshore wind. So we are here today to talk about the call and the next steps, which is, moving from the call to the wind energy area. I wanted to say that we are committed to working with the fishing industry as we move forward through the process. And we really are at the beginning of the process. The call is the first notice that goes out, and, I'll let Whitney, she's got a presentation, has a lot of information, so I don't want to steal too much of her thunder. But as Yelena said, we have it can be a confusing process. It is a process that is not perfect. And, the BOEM team is here to, as we go through the process, if there's ways that we can improve it, whether it's the process itself or the data that we have, that's something that we're definitely here to get feedback on, so we can always improve to make things better moving forward. We do want to hear from you. That's why we are here. I think that the input we're looking for is, it's very important to us, and I can assure everyone that the input that is given to us, we will take it into consideration as we move forward and designate the wind energy areas. And I wanted to reiterate too, that at the end of the day, we owe it that we should show our work. So the input that we get, there will be, and I'm not exactly sure what it's going to look like, but we will show our work, and we will provide the logic behind how we move from the call area to the wind energy area. We owe that to the public. That's something that we take very seriously. So we are excited to get your input today. We'll take your input along with, the formal Federal Register notice, as well as the meetings that we had the previous 2 days in Newport and Coos Bay. So we do look forward to this important conversation today. I can say that the BOEM team, we will provide answers in the question and answer period. We look forward to that. I can't guarantee that everyone's going to agree with the answers, but I can guarantee that we are going to have an open, honest, and earnest conversation between the BOEM team and those of you here today and those of you online for the meeting. So with that, I will say thanks again to Elena and turn it back over to Whitney.
Great, thanks, Doug. I think we can skip ahead 2 slides, and so you can see the names of the other folks that are up here on the screen. So again, my name is Whitney Hauer. I'm a renewable energy specialist, and I'm the project coordinator for renewable energy leasing activities with Oregon. So it's a real pleasure to be here. Also my first time in Gold Beach. And I'm joined by my colleagues here. To my right is Frank Pendleton. He's a GIS specialist and responsible for making all the maps that you see in the handouts and the maps that are on the wall. And I'm happy to answer any of these questions on some of the fish data sets that we have. Also, Abigail Ryder, 2 seats over. She's the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA coordinator. And then also on the line, we have Donna Schrader. She is a marine ecologist and a subject matter expert in fish and fisheries, and is also available to help answer any questions. So with that, I think I'm going to jump into the presentation and give you an overview of who BOEM is, why we're here, and where we are in the planning process for offshore wind energy. Next slide. So we are a bureau within the U.S. Department of the Interior, and the mission of our agency is to manage mineral and energy development in an economically and environmentally responsible way. So this includes oil and gas and renewable energy, which includes offshore wind as well as marine and hydrokinetic technologies. And our jurisdiction on the West Coast is from 3 nautical miles out to 200 nautical miles, which is the extent of the exclusive economic zone, or the EEZ. And our office, we're based in Camarillo, California, and we're the Pacific Regional Office and work with the 3 states on the West Coast as well as Hawaii. Next slide. So our authorization process for offshore wind energy it's a long and somewhat complicated process, and it occurs over 4 stages. The first stage in our authorization process is the planning and analysis phase, which is where we are in working in Oregon. This phase often begins with the Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force, which has been established in Oregon for quite a few years, which I'll describe in a couple of slides. And we are now in the call for information and nominations stage for Oregon for potential leasing. So the why we're here today is that BOEM has issued in the Federal Register a notice that for seeking input for commercial leasing, both from developers as well as public input on those areas. After the close of the public comment period, BOEM analyzes the comments, continues to coordinate with the state, conduct consultations, taking the best available data and information to identify wind energy areas, or WEAs, which undergo the first round of environmental review in our process. So we actually have 2 phases of environmental review, and this first stage is for environmental review for potential leasing. There are no activities of offshore wind development in this review, but it's a review of the area and then the subsequent activities of site collection and site, data collection and site characterization. In our second phase in this authorization process is the actual leasing. So BOEM issues a proposed sale notice which outlines the areas for potential leasing, as well as all the proposed terms and conditions of the lease. There is a public comment period for that as well. There's a final sale notice. BOEM holds an auction, and there is a lease sale. Once there is a lease issued, that authorizes the lessee or the developer up to 5 years to collect the data and information that they need to inform a wind energy project. So this site characterization can include the deployment of a a mid-ocean buoy to collect wind information, or it could be geological, geotechnical surveys to understand the seafloor conditions. At the time that the developer or the lessee provides BOEM a construction and operations plan, which is a COP, that undergoes BOEM's environmental and technical review. This is the second time there's an environmental review in our authorization process, but this is the first environmental review of the actual project. So the developer proposes what the project is within a lease area, how many turbines, how large the turbines are, the placements of the turbines, the cable corridor, the point of interconnection on land to where that power would connect to the grid, and so on. There's also additional requirements that are needed before any type of approval or approval with modifications or disapproval of a project. So in summary, this is a 4-stage process, and we are at the beginning of this process with the first formal public comment period, trying to identify the most suitable areas for leasing. Next slide. So I mentioned at the start of our process that there is an intergovernmental renewable energy task force, which is a body of governmental entities to help coordinate and inform BOEM's leasing decisions. This task force was established in Oregon in 2011, but the discussion of offshore wind energy planning began in 2019, where BOEM and the state discussed how to do offshore wind energy planning with the state of Oregon. The governmental task force includes tribal nations, state agencies, federal agencies, as well as local officials. And I'm pleased that Commissioner Boyce, who sits on the task force, is in the room today. So in 2019, we discussed what would offshore wind energy planning look like in Oregon. And BOEM and the state agency lead for the task force, which is the Department of Land Conservation and Development, which you heard from Andy earlier this morning, committed to drafting a data gathering and engagement plan to outline how to conduct this planning process. In June of 2020, that plan was discussed with the task force. And at that time, BOEM and the state committed to offshore wind energy planning. We finalized this plan, which is available on our website, and then implemented it. We have this Aura Wind Map is a data catalog and data visualization tool to let the public know of the best available data and information that we have that's informing our decision. And it was also an outreach and engagement effort where we met with different ocean users, local officials, research organizations, NGOs. We hosted public webinars. This is during the time of the pandemic, where everything was done virtually. And then in October of 2021, we presented our findings. We showed the work that we had done and outlined what we had learned in a summary report, which is available online. And our most recent task force meeting was in February of this year, and BOEM proposed or discussed the proposed call areas, which is the areas for potential leasing, which is a part of this call for information nominations. Next slide. So if I can show the areas that we've been under discussion in a series of maps, our data gathering and engagement effort expanded coastwide from the state within BOEM's jurisdiction. So again, this is within the 3 to 200 nautical miles, but our areas for consideration was where offshore wind is, where there's commercially viable. So it's north to south, the entire coast, and our area for consideration was out to 1,300 meters in terms of a techno-economic viability for offshore wind. Those proposed call areas in the February task force meeting included 3 proposed areas, which was the Coos Bay, Bandon, and Brookings call area. And at the task force meeting, we received feedback that on the Bandon call area with the Coquille High Spot and the Coquille Banks and the Bandon High Spot, and had further stakeholder engagement meetings, and as a result of that, removed the Bandon area from consideration. So at the end of April of this year, we issued the call for information and nominations with 2 areas for potential leasing. So this is the Coos Bay call area, and then more relevant to the crowd here today is the Brookings call area in Southern Oregon. Next slide. So I realize that I'm talking a lot of bureaucratic language with the call area and wind energy area and lease area. So thanks for your patience. And this is a slide to try to clarify what this terminology that BOEM uses. So the call for information and nominations, or call, this is the Federal Register notice, and it includes areas that are within the call that we're trying to collect data and information from. So these call areas, we're requesting input from the public on any information in and around these areas. And we're also requesting nominations of interest from developers. So if you're an offshore wind energy developer and you're interested in pursuing offshore leasing, there is that nominations request of the call. The information that we receive from this public comment period and further work that we do is the wind energy area, or WEA, and that's the area that undergoes environmental review and is considered for potential leasing. The lease area is the area that would be offered in an auction or a lease sale. So it's the call, the WEA, and then the lease. Next slide. So the call was issued at the end of April with a 60-day public comment period. And again, this invites invitation for public comment from those who are interested in these areas. The approach of the call area in Oregon was that to have large call areas. So the potential offshore wind of capacity of these two areas is very large. It's 14 gigawatts capacity of offshore wind. We have stated in this notice and working with our state partners that we are seeking to identify 3 gigawatts for potential development for this first round of leasing offshore Oregon. So we're looking at trying to winnow down these call areas to less than 1/4 of that size to continue in this process. All of this information is available on our website at boem.gov/Oregon. But can note that the Brookings call area is about 450 square miles. It's a smaller of the two areas. The Coos Bay area is larger at a little over 1,300 square miles. Next slide. So a little bit more details of the call area itself. Both of these areas are located 13.8 miles offshore. That's 12 nautical miles from shore. And the water depth ranges in both of these areas, certainly shallower, closer to shore. And I don't need to read through all these, and the information can be provided, but in terms of the Coos Bay area, 67 miles in length north to south and 41 miles east to west. For the Brookings call area, the water depth is from 410 to over 1,000 feet in water depth on the eastern boundary, and then includes the 1,300 meter water depth on the westward boundary. It's 46 miles in north to south in length and about 22 miles in width from east to west. Next slide. So how we developed these two areas is detailed in the call and provided in some previous presentations, but it was taking in the consideration the demand for renewable energy and how offshore wind can support the state of Oregon, and how suitable these areas are for commercial development. So this includes the wind resource and the cost of energy. The wind resource is greatest in Southern Oregon, where the cost of energy is the least expensive. The depth and slope are technical considerations, as well as the transmission availability on shore in terms of areas that could accept this energy generation. BOEM took into consideration the maritime navigation, avoided large concentrations of submarine cable, took into consideration fishing, which Frank is going to detail in a few slides, the wildlife and marine habitat, and understanding marine mammals, sea turtle, and birds, and that 12 nautical mile buffer is minimizing a lot of those existing wildlife. And then marine habitat, and which I'll detail a little bit later in terms of avoiding large concentrations of hard bottom or rock reef habitat. Submerged landforms was a consideration, and there's a discussion of our work with some of our tribal partners and the Department of Defense. Next slide. So the depth, I think, is an important issue, and I just wanted to note that these call areas are out to 1,300 meter water depth. This is deep. Those in the room, I'm sure, are more familiar with this area than I am, but the slope is pretty close to shore, but the 1,300 meter water depth roughly follows the geologic continental slope, and in terms of floating offshore wind worldwide, the deepest depth that these projects are to date are in much shallower waters. So the three projects are up to about 100 meter water depth, but the most recent Tampen high wind project off the coast of Norway is installed at water depths of 260 to 300 meters. So I just wanted to note in terms of the difference of planning out to much deeper water depths than where floating offshore wind is today. Next slide. In terms of the seafloor conditions in the call notice, and as a part of the oral wind map tool, we show the data and information that we have. The Brookings call area, that the northern aspect of the call, is shaped by avoiding the rogue canyon systems. So the canyon floors and walls were avoided. Seafloor considerations that generally that's a soft sediment in terms of the information that we have in the surficial sediment classification, that middle slide, and certainly trying to learn more about where rock reef habitat and large concentrations of hard bottom, which offshore wind developers want to avoid, certainly in our important environmental considerations. And then we also have information of bathymetry and slope on the far right. Next slide. Okay, with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague Frank to give an overview of some of the fishing effort data sets.
All right, thanks, Whitney. All right, great. So I'm going to talk to you today mostly about 3 different data sets. They're all kind of the same basic style of data. They're what do I call them here? 3 sources of density data sets. So density grids. We've got the first one coming from the folks at NOAA Fisheries from NIMS. We often refer to it as the FRAM data set. It's from the Fisheries Resource Analysis and Monitoring folks. And that's the one you can see it right there in the middle. I'll talk a bit more about how these are made in the upcoming slides, but just that we've got data sets coming from different sources to show us the same thing. Second one, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife data set. That's the yellow to red one there on the side. And last, the VMS, and just vessel monitoring system, right? So that comes from the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement. And I'll show you in the next slides how it's made. But just to talk a little about these, and I don't know, it's weird looking here and there. I'll just kind of stand up here. In the middle, we've got the FRAM, right, coming from the NOAA folks. And we made quite a bit later the VMS data. And in this case, we specifically went to try to make sure it was the same years of data for the same type of fishery, right? So you see whiting mothership 2011 through 2015, just to see how are these lining up, because we'll talk a bit here about how they're made, and they're made differently. So we were very happy, both us and the FRAM folks, to see these 2 different data sets that should turn out the same, that they really did. You know, again, I'll show you about how they're made a little different afterwards. But the places that look busy, the red spots, the hot spots, those are in the same spots. The kind of the extent of it, the blue spots, those are, you know, covering the same area. Over here, we've got the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife data, again, coming from a different source from, always forget this, from logbook data, and analyzed in a different way. And we'll talk about that. So next slide, please. Can you pump one more? There we go. All right, so this is an example from AIS data, right? It's a different data set. It's the stuff the Coast Guard has, and I often talk about it as their version of air traffic control data, right? To keep vessels from hitting each other. And we're using that because that I can share freely. The VMS data has a lot more privacy issues. And so we'll show you this, but this is an example, and the VMS data is analyzed just like this, and the other ones are a bit different. So we take the points, different colors, different boats, and I got the time, some sort of vessel ID, and the lat long. Take the points, turn them into lines, just connect them, from the times. Take that and overlay it over this grid. This is a BOEM-centric grid. Our little boxes are called aliquots. That doesn't matter. They're little boxes. They're 3/4 of a mile on the side. Where did the vessels go? We put it on top, and we just count how many vessels went through that. And then that's how we get the numbers. So thus, when you're seeing these, we're just zoomed in on these boxes that show how many boats went through there. All right, next. Now, this is a different part's missing, but it's not that important. Go back one, please. Can we go back one? Apparently not. There we go. And it's, wow. See, I'm seeing more there than you're seeing up here. Just imagine there's a grid of boxes inside there, but it doesn't matter too much. This is actually maybe even better. But the idea being that there's a grid cell that the folks at FRAM, they're using, and they're taking this one little box and they're saying, well, let me back up. The red line, that's a vessel route. That's where a vessel went. The green line, that's where a vessel went. And the way they're adding it up, they're saying in this box, I want to know all the vessels that went in this whole circle. So we're just getting an idea, how busy is it near this box? And it's both the FRAM data and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife data is created this way. And you can vary the search area for that box. And we'll see the effect of that. If you keep it really small, like my data, it's 0. I just say, did you go in the box? My boxes are bigger. Theirs, they have a smaller box and say, let's search a bigger area. So we get a more general idea. It does a good job of smoothing out the data. It's a lot prettier to see. And it helps with some of the privacy concerns. But let's go ahead on to the next one. So these next few slides, I'm just going to show you, a fishery or a couple of related fisheries and the couple different data sets. And so you realize I'll show you a subset here. On the back, you see there's a big map with a bunch of little maps on it. That's more of them, so it's a little bit more in depth. And there's a booklet that has more of them, just so you can take it and look at it at your own time. And so you realize Andy, a little later, is going to give us an example on Oral Wind Map. That has more yet. And actually, here's the little booklet you'll see in the back that you're welcome to grab. And down on the bottom, there's links that will take you to these data sets. So you just can click one place and it will take you to all of them. And I'll be back there to talk to anyone who needs any help with it. But so now we'll just walk through a few. Realize I'm going to show you a subset. There are more. Yeah, okay, yeah, we've jumped ahead a little bit. Here's bottom trawl. But again, over on one side here, yeah, we've got the FRAM data here on the closest to me. Then in the middle, the ODF and W, and on the far side, the VMS data. So where we can see how they all line up pretty good. You can see the effect of that bigger search area in the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife data. That it's a bit more smoothed out, but still where things really pop out, where the hot spots are, where the most vessel time is, it's showing you the same pattern. And we're glad to see that it's coming from different data sets, collected in different ways, analyzed in different ways, but we're seeing the same pattern. We like that. Next one. Pink shrimp data. We don't have this from FRAM, but we have it from ODF and W and the VMS. And again, that general idea, we're seeing the very similar patterns, even from different data sets. And next. The Dungeness crab data. And this one it's a bit unique one, because if I'm sure some folks here who've fished Dungeness crab, you don't have to have, you do, excellent. And you don't have to have the VMS, but a lot do. If you fish for other things, you have it on at some point, not always. So like these numbers, they're not absolute numbers of how many are there, but it's very good at giving an idea of where is it busier and less busy. Comparing it to the other data set coming from the logbooks. And again, that is showing us a very similar picture. So we're feeling pretty good about it. And I think that's it. Okay, this is the last bit. Yeah, this is telling you about the book that's back there. Anyone can grab one. It's available online, more data sets than I showed you now. And there are those links I was talking about on the bottom that will take you to these data sets. So if you want to show one to use your comment, it's right there. And just another set of links that will take you to data sets in another form. And I think that's it for me. Yes, that is it.
All right, thanks, Frank. So I'm going to bring it back into where we are in terms of the call, and I'm assuming that we don't have too many offshore wind developers in the crowd, but I wanted to let folks know that as a part of the call for information, we are seeking nominations of interest. I was mentioning this earlier. So this is section 6 of the call, and if a developer is interested in offshore wind energy leasing, they are required to specify the area within the call areas that they are seeking interest for. So BOEM has determined that a reasonable 1 gigawatt size project could be a reasonable area of interest, and that's 129 square miles. And so if the nomination of interest is bounded to that reasonable 129 square miles that's provided. And certainly there's other information as a part of the nomination that's required in terms of, providing the objectives and how the facilities could support those objectives and qualifications and so on. But I just wanted to make sure folks were aware that there is a requirement that if there is commercial interest in these areas, that it has to be described as in a reasonable terms, and BOEM provided what that term of reasonable may be. Next slide. So what I do think is of interest is to this crowd is in terms of the public comments. So we are requesting information from potentially interested and affected parties, and we're really asking for feedback on the call areas. It's really essential to help us winnow down and narrow in from this call stage to the wind energy area stage. So we're asking for specific and detailed comments for anything in and around these call areas. And certainly the fishing is a critical importance to this, where we've shown in terms of the interface between where these call areas are and where we know there's fishing that does occur. But we're also asking for information from a lot of different groups in terms of other data and information. We're also requesting industry feedback in this section as well to understand where commercial viability is for offshore wind. BOEM is not a developer. We've certainly been trying to make sure that we're understanding where the industry is, but we're asking specifically from the feedback from the industry on water depth and slope and distance from shore that would make offshore wind commercially viable. Next slide. So for those that are interested in providing a public comment, the public comment period ends on June 28th. And we have 2 ways within the call to provide that public comment in writing. So the first and the easiest is probably going to regulations.gov and putting in the docket number and providing your written comment. And if that's not a good option for you, you're welcome to mail your written public comment to me at my work address. And in a few minutes, I'm going to pass this presentation over to Andy Lanier, in that if you want to use the data sets that we have shown in OroWind map to supplement your public comment, or if you want to draw a map and provide that to BOEM for consideration, we've provided that opportunity within OroWind map. Next slide. Okay, in terms of, we're here today providing also the opportunity to provide verbal public comment. So again, this is the winnowing down from the call area to the WIA. And today is day 3 of this verbal public comment opportunity. And these meetings have been open to all fishing sectors. Frank has already provided you the information that in the handout that's in the back of the room. It's also posted online. And again, we're seeking any input on these call areas. So you're welcome to use OroWind map if you want to use these fishing the handout packets and draw any information on that and provide that to us or mark up from the maps that are in the back of the room. We're really looking forward to receiving information from you. And then any verbal public comment that's provided today will be uploaded as received to regulations.gov. So your verbal comment will be treated as if it's a written comment, and we'll be using all of this public comment during our analysis, and all of this public comment is available for viewing. So you'll search the docket. You can search your own name, that make sure that you know that we received your comment, or if you want to know what other people have said. This box here on the left, in terms of helpful comments, we have a handout on some of the tips to provide helpful comments to BOEM. So you're certainly welcome to provide any input that you'd like, but again, we're looking for specific and substantive feedback to narrow in on these call areas. It's helpful to be fact-based. It's helpful to provide us the data and information that you have in terms of any research or data in terms of specific areas, ocean use or fishing or so on. It's less helpful to BOEM to receive an opinion. So if you stand up and say, I strongly support offshore wind, or I strongly don't support offshore wind, and we're happy to receive the feedback, but it's less informative for us to narrow in on these areas. So I think I'm wrapping down on my presentation. Next slide here. So this is a summary of where we are in terms of this process up until leasing. So we shared with you some of the overall planning effort that we've been doing with the state and the task force with our data gathering and engagement. And the call itself is the first formal step in this authorization process. And we're have a little bit more than a week before that public comment period closes. And then we look forward to analyzing those comments and continuing to work with the state to identify these wind energy areas, and then moving into our leasing stage. BOEM has a tentative timeline for to have a lease auction in the fall of 2023. So with that, I want to thank you for your time, and I'm going to pass it directly over to Andy Lanier. And he's going to give you a demo of Aura Wind Map.
Hi, bud. Hi, bud.
Yep. So Ariel, if you want to move it over to Andy, and Andy, if you'd like to go ahead and put your video on. And we're hearing a little bit of background, so maybe somebody online was unmuted, but Ariella can help with that as well. There you are. We see you, Andy, and your face is not quite so large. The big part on the screen is the map. So take it away.
All right. Just confirming you can hear me.
Yes. Yeah, you're coming through good.
Okay.
You look good. We can see your screen.
Great. Well, prior to this meeting, BOEM thought it would be a good idea for me to demonstrate how a user would use the Aura Wind Map tool to help to supplement a public comment with a map or a drawing of it on the map. So I will walk you through briefly how to do that. The first thing of note is that to use the Aura Wind Map system and browse data layers, you can do so without needing to have a login. And you would just search for layers either via the catalog or using the search function on the tool. So I've searched for call because I want to show the call areas on the map so that I can look at other information coincident with that. So once you select a layer, it will appear on the map, and in the active data layers panel, you will see that data layer. But to create a drawing and or to store bookmarks from using the tool for your own reference, you do need to create a login. And you can do so by clicking login on the upper right portion of the screen. If you have never logged in and you need to register, you can click I want to register, and that will take you to a registration page. But I've already registered, so I'm just going to log in using my email and password. Okay, so a couple things will change once you log into the system. One of which is that you can tell that you're logged in by seeing your username in the upper right. There's also a couple of additional tools that you can find on the little toolbar widget on the right-hand side of the screen. And on the left-hand side of the screen under My Planner, you now have the ability to create bookmarks and or drawings. So what I'm going to do today is demonstrate how you would create a map and a drawing and share that. So again, I want to show or to have the call areas visible when I create a drawing because I want to comment about something within those areas. In particular, I think I'd like to create a comment because I've noticed that the visual resource kind of overlay that we created as part of our planning for the territorial sea when the state was focused on marine renewable energy in state waters actually overlaps with a portion of the call area. So you can see on the layer that's just shown up, and I'm going to actually change the opacity so you can see that a little bit better. So there's this overlap in the upper right corner of, I guess, the northeast corner of the call area where it's been identified as a part of a special area viewshed from the Heceta Head viewpoints. So to create a drawing, you would go to the My Planner tab and you would create new. And in this place, you have an option to draw a point, to draw a line, or to draw a shape. In this instance, I'm going to create a shape. And so if you click on Draw Shape, you now have a little dot that appears. And if you click on the map, you can see that the beginnings of a shape, right? So I've clicked a couple times, and I double click to end the drawing. So now I've created this drawing that identifies overlap in the northeast corner of the Coos Bay call area. And then I'm happy with that for now. So I'm going to hit next. It allows you to create a name. So I'm going to say Coos Bay call area, northeast visual overlay. You can add a further description, although that's not required. I'm going to add the same thing in here just so you can see how that will look. Once you click complete, you see the map draw and zoom into the drawing that I just created. You can turn that on and off to see that that's an active kind of map layer in the set of layers. And if I go to the active set of layers here, it says a user generated. So this specifically identifies the fact that the map that you see on the screen has content that has been generated from other users. And if you were to share a bookmark, and I will go do that next, then others will be able to see that bookmark, but they will also have the note that some of the content that's on the map was created by a user. But to share that map with the broader public as a part of the bookmark, you actually have to allow that to happen via specifying that you are willing to share your drawing or your design with the public. So you go up here, you click that share button, and now that area is shareable. So once you've created a drawing, you have something that you want to submit to BOEM, then the next step in actually sharing that drawing is in sharing a bookmark of that specific view. And when you share bookmarks, it stores not only the active layers that are on the screen, but those other layers that have been turned on and are available in the active user panel. So in this instance, I'm going to go up and I'm going to create a new bookmark, and I'm going to do the same thing. Let's say Coos Bay call area, visual impacts overlay. add a 2 here since I've done one of these before and I don't want it to be the same. And then I'm going to go ahead and click add bookmark. And what happens when you do that is that you get a bookmark that you can then share. And in this instance, here's another version of the same bookmark, which I've generated, and you can see that drawing, and you can see that in that previous bookmark I created and stored, it actually had a different base map on it. And I did that to highlight the fact that all of the settings of how the map is displayed will be transmitted when you share that bookmark. And you can find the link to share that bookmark here, which is clicking on the settings icon and then identifying this bookmark URL. Now, I like to test this before I actually share it with anyone else. I'm going to open up a new instance of the browser, and I'm going to enter that URL into there. So when I do that, it brings up the instance of the tool. It brings up the active data layers that were generated and that were turned on when that bookmark was created. And it shares the drawing that you make as a user. So the last thing I want to do and to point out today is that if I went a little bit fast for you in the demo, we do have a whole set of videos, introductory videos on how to use the Aura Wind Map tool. They're hosted on a YouTube playlist, and they're accessible via the About section on using Aura Wind Map. And if you scroll all the way down, there's a specific video that we created that helps you understand how to do a drawing and then share that drawing. And with that, I will go ahead and stop and take any questions if there are any in the room, and pass it back to you, Jamie.
Great. Thank you, Andy. Thanks for that demonstration. And so again, we have some laptops in the back, and during the public comment phase, which will be after the informal Q&A, Frank will be at the table in the back with the maps, and he can work with you on a computer, or we have paper maps on the wall, and you can actually just take a marker and draw on the map areas of concern. So with that, we're going to move into question and answer. This is part 2 of our meeting. And I'll check in with all of you about 10 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock right now, and just see how many more folks have questions and how much longer we want to go. What we found in the last couple of meetings, it's good to start our formal public comment time about 10:30, but certainly before 11. We're here until noon, but we're glad to stay longer. Both of the other meetings went till about 12:30, 1 o'clock, because we wanted to make sure we created all the space we needed to have the conversation that you wanted to have. And so for this next hour and a half or so, it's informal question and answer. And folks up here will do their best to answer your questions, and I will come around with a mic. And so if you would like to ask a question, just raise your hand, and I see one back there, and I'll come to you, give you the mic. We ask that you state your name, and if you're associated with a particular fishery, if you can say what that is.
Hi, my name is Ray Simon. I'm not associated with a fishery. I have a question about the data. So it was interesting that you showed that there's some common sense of different data sets. My understanding is most data scientists and data people, they have a certain amount of feelings or belief that data over a period of time is only as good as seeing the data under different variables, different conditions, and of that. What's the feeling that people have that are related to this data collection that you had nicely shown us? Do they feel that that data is pretty sufficiently closed, that they've created conclusions? Do they feel they need more time? So for example, you gave a range of time that's pretty short. So what's their feeling on the confidence of they're done, or they need much more time to get to a certain degree of confidence?
I'm going to give you And, you know, I can't give you a solid answer, but I'm not going to weasel around here. It's never done would be the answer. We're always going to be collecting data and adding more. We feel quite good about the years we have. You know, for the VMS, we've got 8 years of data right now. So it's 2010 through 2017. So we feel good about that, but that ain't done. You know, there's years since then. And we're working on that right now. We're actually working with some other folks with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, developing those. And it gives us, I like to say these are living, breathing data sets, and it's not a final thing. I show you one version of them, but we can look at these different ways. We can have, I have certain cutoffs that I've used that they totally make sense. They're perfectly valid cutoffs, but there might be a reason to cut it off a different way. There might be a reason to, like when we looked at the FRAM data and they lumped things in different sets of year classes. I showed you one. I showed the year there, I think it was 2011 through 2015 in the books, and particularly on the place Andy was showing us there on Oral Wind Map. We've got a lot more of them. They had good reasons to lump them into these categories because of changes in fisheries. There's good reasons to look at them that way. There'll be good reasons for us to look at them going forward of different years. How did things change? So yes, we feel quite good about what we've got, but no, we're not done. You know, and we'll keep building and working with it. But yeah, we see it going forward throughout the process. Like as Whitney talks about the process, that we start, you know, with the call area, and then we refine it and get smaller. We'll have more and more and more precise data sets as we're looking at this with more information.
Okay, other questions? And for folks online, we're going to give preference to people in the room. We have not forgot you, but we'll do in the room for a little bit, and then we'll get folks online.
Hi, Roger Lindquist. I'm just a fisherman here and a homeowner. A couple of you guys talked about already how beautiful it is here, and we agree with you. It is beautiful here. That's why we live here. Just a typical, this is down the road, but typically, I was just wondering, how big are these floating platforms? I mean, how tall are they? How big, you know, in area, you know, are they just pontoons, or are they a mile across? Can you give us an idea?
So thanks for the question. So in terms of how large a floating offshore wind turbine is, and I want to be clear, they're big, and they're projected to get bigger. So in terms of the available technology ready for deployment today, it's 12 megawatt turbine. It's almost, I think, just shy of 1,000 feet tall. You know, a Boeing 747 is the length of a single blade. So they're large. And I think in the next few years, we'll be seeing 15 megawatt turbines that are ready for deployment. So the systems are large, and depending in terms of where they're placed is that potential viewshed impact, which I think you might be alluding to.
I sure am. I mean, I just from a pure, you know, if I want to move here and I want to buy land, maybe I don't want to look at a turbine. I want to know how tall they were, so that you know, if I'm watching the sunset, I'm not watching a turbine go through the sun. And typically, how are these anchored? And when they're anchored down, what's a typical swing circle? I mean, like how much area are we disturbing on the sea bottom with I'm an old Navy guy, so I know their chains are down there and they disrupt the sea bottom. So how are they typically anchored, and how much of a swing circle do we expect for those?
That's a good question too. And I think there's a little less certainty on that in terms of the floating technologies. And so there are different types of platforms for floating systems. And then there are different types of mooring systems as well. If you assume a catenary mooring system, and that's when you're talking about that swept, and maybe have Donna on backup, because I think the question came up yesterday and I thought it was a 50 meter was a projection, but we really don't know this until we see the proposed technology, and which is years down the road, and potentially when the technology has advanced. But there are other different types of mooring technologies, like a tension link platform, that you wouldn't have those types of considerations. But I'll pause to ask. Oh, do you have them? Okay.
So in terms of the sweep area, in terms of this, we are looking at the effects for leasing and survey assessment. So for example, there's an idea that we would be putting out Matoshan buoys. So there is a little bit more known about that technology because we have Matoshan buoys out, and the seafloor footprint for Matoshan buoy is 3 to 60 meters squared. So that would be the first thing you would see. Now, it might be a different anchoring for eventual construction, but right now, since we would be talking about surveys, but just to give you some exact numbers.
All right, I only have two more. The question is, how is the energy transmitted back to shore? Are these trenched cables? Are they laid on the surface? How is that done?
So that's another great question that we don't know until we see the actual proposed project, but I can
Okay.
tell you in terms of what we're seeing to date. So you have a number of different wind turbines, and each of those turbines would have some type of cabling system, whether or not it's from turbine to turbine, whether or not it goes down to the seafloor, along the seafloor, and then up to the next turbine is unknown. It could be, depending on the water depth, sort of midway in the water column, that cable from turbine to turbine. These cables are then collected to some type of service platform, and that power is conditioned. And then you could have from the service platform, or you could have a number of service platforms to then have some number of cables to shore. So that would be one or more cables. So some of the projects on the East Coast have a number of I'm going to call that an export cable from the service platform to a point of interconnection. I think best technology is that you want to see those cables buried if possible, or to the maximum extent practicable. So how that is trenched along the seafloor is not quite known. And then at some distance to shore, you'd likely have HDD drilling to that point of interconnection on shore.
Okay, one last question, I promise. Where does the energy that's coming from these wind turbines intended to go? Is it going to stay local, or are we going to be providing power to Nebraska, to California, or is it staying local here in the state? How's that planned?
So I'll try to answer that question, and I'm not a transmission expert, but it depends where it's landed. And then it's a part of the grid in terms of a network grid and where that power will go in terms of within Oregon or how you'll see it. But I don't know if Doug, if you have anything else you want to add to that piece.
Yeah, thanks, Whitney. And we are not transmission experts. We make areas available on the OCS, and ultimately a lot of that's going to have to do with the grid operator as to where it goes. It could tie into a substation, and it could be distributed here. It could transmission upgrades. It could get to the I-5 corridor, so it could move up and down the. It's hard to know where those electrons are going to go, but ultimately at the end of the day, I think it's going to displace other electrons. So the renewable benefits, would benefit Oregon, but I cannot say that, those electrons are going to stay in the state, because it is an interconnected system, and I am not a transmission expert, so I don't know where they end up.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for those questions. And I saw a lot of head nodding in the room. So I think people had similar questions to you.
I saw the head nodding too. So I just wanted to say, just one quick follow-up on the visuals that, it is something, they are large. We have committed that once we get to the wind energy areas and we kind of have some idea of where they may be, we're going to do the visual simulations of that, and we'll provide that to the public so that we can get feedback on that. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I did hear, they are big machines and this is a beautiful place and we know that that's a concern. So we have committed to that already. And I'll say, thank you for your service, Sir Navy. And I am ex-Army, so
Thanks, Doug. Yelena, you're next, and then who do we want to have after that? I saw Commissioner Boyce, and then that woman in the beautiful sweater will be after. And then we'll do 3 on board. Go ahead, Yelena.
Thank you, Jamie. First, I would like to mention, Abby, you provided some information on survey and site assessment specific impacts from the buoy mooring. I don't know, I won't speak on your behalf, sir. However, I was wondering whether you were actually inquiring about the mooring system and the footprint and impacts of the actual turbines. And thank you. Something to say, the catenary mooring system that Whitney mentioned is the cheapest of the several different options that will be available from what I understand for wind developers in the deep waters. It has the most impact on the bottom. It's from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, a giant metal chain links that will be sweeping back and forth on the bottom because the turbine is floating with the currents back and forth, so it's moving, right?
Yeah, that was my intent. I know it's on the float and a ship will drag that chain across and these platforms will move that chain right across them. And it makes a very large swing circle. I mean, a small ship, a destroyer will be a 2-mile radius, usually on a swing.
And the reason, my understanding why Abby was talking about the buoy, because BOEM is looking at the environmental impact analysis and a bit of a piecemeal approach with a survey and site assessment being evaluated first or scoped. And then down the road, once they collected the data and proposed the construction and operations plan to BOEM, then there will be the full-blown environmental analysis. And the last thing about that type of mooring system, according to the National Renewable Energy Lab, I remember seeing in one of the reports that it takes about 4 times more than the water depth for the mooring system. Okay, thank you. My actual question, Abby, for you, regarding the NEPA. So from what I understand, back in the day before BOEM incarnated in the current shape as BOEM, when it was the Minerals Management Service, I saw something, the unfortunate event, the Deepwater Horizon blowout in the Gulf of Mexico in 2010, that was absolutely devastating, that later led to the restructuring of MMS, Minerals Management Service. I saw mentioning of MMS NEPA analysts working under a lot of pressure back in the day during the NEPA analysis of possibly it was oil rigs and stuff like that offshore. Reference was made that when environmental concerns would come up during the NEPA analysis work, and those concerns would be raised to the superiors due to the conflicting timelines that back in the day MMS, now BOEM, has to operate under. The analysis, further investigation of those environmental concerns would not go forward in order to meet the very aggressive timelines. Is that still the case?
I'm gonna turn this over to okay.
thanks, Yelena. And I will say that, we take our NEPA responsibility very seriously. We will never shortcome the process to meet timelines. We will guarantee that, decisions that are being made are going to follow the process, and we're going to have I won't say a perfect NEPA document, but we will have a very well done NEPA document so that decision makers can make an informed decision, and we will not cut off reduce or curve any standards as far as when it comes to doing that NEPA document. It will not be done.
Thank you. Okay, ready for other questions? Commissioner Boyce, and then you'll be next.
Thank you. Well, a little late, but I want to welcome you. Second trip in 5 weeks. You were in Brookings about, a month and a half ago. So I think you probably better plan on a lot of additional trips down the road. Thank you for your comments there just a minute ago. This might be a question for you, Mr. Pendleton. Cool name, by the way. Ms. Howard, you mentioned Norway. And I've been asked several times with you mentioned the shallow water they have there. With the deeper water we have, do we really have the technology to deal with the deeper waters we have here? That's question number one. And then also, of course, we got to bring up fish. The navigation system for our anadromous fish is really a big issue. And we've heard talks of the last 3 miles coming into the coast with the cables that would be underground. And we're just wondering, their GIS, for lack of a better term, their system can be affected by the wires. I'm sure you're up on that. Ms. Nowak, thank you very much for standing strong. That's 2 different questions there. I don't know who to address the fish question to. And then Angela in there, thank you very much for joining us today.
I think we'll hand it to Donna on the line to help address some of the question that you had on fish and cables.
Yes, just to reintroduce myself, my name is Donna Schrader, and I work as a marine ecologist in the Pacific region of BOEM. My specialty area is in fish and fisheries. And so BOEM has its own environmental studies program where we direct research funding to study a variety of impacts and get baseline data, so forth. And so we've actually done quite a few studies on the electromagnetic field and the potential impact on fishes, but even invertebrates such as Dungeness crab, and a big review to look at any kind of consequences, even to marine mammals and so forth. And so it's important to remember that the cable actually contains the electric field, and there's only a magnetic emission potential from energy transmission. And we have looked at, since we don't have any, as we say, steel in the water of existing offshore wind farms here on the West Coast, we looked at existing power cables in place, either AC cables or DC cables that are already transmitting electricity, and looked at that effect. And one particular one of interest is the Transbake power cable, which is located near San Francisco and transmits 400 megawatt DC cable. And we looked at whether that emission, which we've estimated will be equal to or larger than any proposed cable that we envision that we might have. And we did not find any effect on that changed, excuse me, that changed migratory behavior of Pacific salmon or green sturgeon. And so we are very encouraged by this. And also we detected another what we call an EMF signature from the Richardson Bay, which was probably at least 10 times greater than the effect of the magnetic field from the DC cable. And so not only did the cable, but the bridge did not have any deterrence in Pacific salmon migration patterns. We have many other studies, but I'm just going to mention this one because I think it's most relevant to bring up. This is an ongoing area of research for us. And we have, if you look on our website, we have a brochure that outlines all this information and other studies that can also help inform that. So I think that's the fifth question. If there's another aspect of the question you'd like me to answer, just let me know. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Donna. So our next question is with you.
Okay. Thank you for being here. I'm Georgia Nowlin, and I'm a community member. I think you can always recognize a pioneer by the arrows in their behind. And I feel in a way our call areas on the West Coast, designating some of that technology, which is all brand new in our deep waters, brings up several questions for me. I guess talking about the cabling, my understanding is for the East Coast, we're talking about usually the alternating current cables, whereas for something out here in the deep waters, we're talking more of the direct current, which asks the question, these are operating where there's necessary substations along the way. How does that look? I know a lot of the technology for both the turbines as well as the cabling and where it comes offshore is onshore, I should say, is all going to be something that's determined in the future. The concern is how's that going to look, which you can't answer right now. But my question is, how often are we going to be recalibrating, looking at this when this is new technology and we have a big oops? How do we deal with that? Whether it's the turbines, the cables, is there something in the process that says, okay, this isn't going to work? And I guess that's my big question. But I know looking to the south, because California is a little bit further ahead, they've been talking about maybe cabling as far down from Humboldt to San Francisco. I mean, nearshore option further out. Those are things that are out there. Are we talking about coming onshore into Brookings? What type of infrastructure is going to be in place for that? Are we taking it up to Coos Bay? I know you probably can't answer that, but just sort of a feeling of where we're going with something like that.
Thanks for that question. And I'll just say that, you're right. There, we make the areas available, and then it's really going to depend on, which utilities, where the power is needed, where the substations are going to be needed to be upgraded, where the transmission is going to go. So we really can't answer, exactly where things are going to go until we get that construction operation plan. I can say that, floating wind technology is a new technology, but really it's just the marrying of the components. So, underwater transmission is not a new technology. The wind turbines themselves are not new. And floating technology, it's used in other offshore energy, in the oil and gas sector. So really the new technology part, the novel part is just marrying the floating technology with the wind turbine on top, which is proven that, they're building them. There's not that many because, the lowest hanging fruit is the fixed bottom. And now that things, so I wouldn't say that it's a new technology. It's just a new method of the old technologies, putting them together. So I think that, these are expensive projects, and they're, I'll just say I'm pretty confident that, things are not going to move forward, and there shouldn't be that oops moment because it really is proven technologies, just putting them together.
Hello, my name is Lowell Rowe. I'm here in Brookings in the last 4 years. I came from Santa Cruz, California, transplant. I was marine biologist, entomologist, biologist in Santa Cruz for 40 years. And with 10 years of experience at UCSC Marine Lab, and I have a number of concerns which I will speak to. I worked a great deal with CDC, State Health Department, Public Health Department on vector-borne diseases, many issues. The one thing I'll mention that before projects were done, there was an EIR process that was done before the proposed process. And I'm concerned here. It seems to me like this is backwards. That they're going to want to propose a project and then engineer it backwards, doesn't make any sense. It seems contrived, to me. And another concern is, Fort Orford is not a call area. How did they get removed as a call area? What happened there? Was it, in my mind, of course, there's a question, was it political that they didn't want to be, part of it? I don't want to be part of it. I have a concern about the cables moving underwater, and turbidity caused by movement of the cables. I know that, and there's been studies that turbidity and water, fish don't like it. I'm concerned about the fisheries, and I'm a sport fisherman plus biologist. Fish don't like it. They move out. Bring more turbidity to the water, with more light coming into the water. It's going to warm the water. That's also a substantial issue. Fish don't like temperature change. They move out. Don't feel like doesn't seem like these thoughts have been well considered, or it feels like there's just the desire to do the project is much greater than these concerns. There's so much that could be said in limited amount of time here. Another ecological thing that happens in forests, if you take a forest and remove a quarter of the forest, it's been demonstrated that you're going to lose at least half the species, because, those who understand biology know that, or ecology. That's probably, well, what can I say? I'm not supporting the project. I don't like the impact I own a house right on the cliffs. I like looking at the ocean, not interested in looking at structures 1,000 feet tall. I think that's going to financially impact people who bought houses with ocean view. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comment. So we have Mark.
Mark from Harbor Brookings area. He brought up my question. One of my questions is, how did Bandon area get off when they actually are much more windier than the Brookings Harbor area? And again, he brings up my points that we are backwards planning this. You don't have engineering and technical specifics for our questions, such as where in Brookings Harbor area would be the substation where all these cables will be coming in, versus just the line of California comes out at Winchuck River. Why couldn't a substation be put on California side instead of Brookings Harbor side? And where all our houses are and our valuable lands are, versus south of the Winchuck, there's not many houses there in California versus Harbor Brookings.
Thank you, Mark.
I will, since there's kind of a common theme there, I'll bring up, the Bandon call area is one. We had the proposed call areas. We took it to the task force. The data that we had, and I'm not sure if we can we show the, I was going to say if we could put because it'll give some context to what I'm, so the data that we had, we knew of the Bandon high spot, Coquille Bank, we took the draft call areas out there. We did get feedback on that. And as you remember, that Bandon call area was pretty tall and narrow. So as we were, shifting off of the Bandon high spot, after the feedback, ultimately that draft call area was just a thin margin. And at the end of the day, we made the decision that it wasn't If we're going to shift off of that, have that thin, it just didn't leave us enough area to worry about calling that a call area. So it wasn't that we were removing it all. We were removing, after the feedback, then the decision was made that it wasn't enough there to be a formal call area. So we just removed the whole thing. And that's how we did that. As far as the backwards process, we know that our process is difficult. And I can just say that, because we're required to auction these areas off, the authority that we have to auction. So we don't have a project proponent. So it is different than a typical project where you would get a project proposal and then you would do the EIS for that project proposal. And because we auction it off, we don't have a proponent for the project. We don't have a lessee for the project. And we don't know that until we get the construction operation plan. So yeah, I'm not saying that it's a great process, but that's some of the why it is the way it is, because we have to auction it off, because that's what we're required to do as part of the law, giving us the authority. But of course, we are looking for ways to improve the process. So this is very valuable input.
I just would like to thank gentlemen for your questions. And Doug, I recognize that it's an obligation for BOEM to lease out and then do what the steps you guys are taking. However, what precludes BOEM from undertaking the programmatic environmental impact statement? The proper one, not the one that Donna was referring to the other day. In 2007, that was not the proper one. Number one, it was limited to 7 years. I'm not clear what was supposed to happen after 7 years. And it was limited to the very shallow water. So what precludes BOEM from performing programmatic environmental impact statement for the audience? It means looking at the cumulative impacts and all the environmental, socioeconomic, community, all the impacts from proposed action, not at the piecemeal level, project by project. What type of anchor, what's the shape of anchor? That's irrelevant, really. When you're just looking in general, the deep water floating offshore wind farm.
Yes, thanks. We get this question all the time. And, one of the things I will try to reiterate is, it is not a perfect process, and BOEM does listen, and we are looking at, things we can do to improve the process. And right now it really is that, there are questions that we can't answer, and I think, doing an EIS at this stage, we don't have all the answers, and it's very hard to, go through the process when you don't know exactly what's going to be proposed, because we don't know what's going to be out there. We don't know what's going to be proposed. So I think, one of the things that we are looking at is, one of the things that we can do is, it's really just about the timing of a programmatic EIS. So I'll say that we are exploring ways to, after the lease sale, and then we get the leases out there and we have more of an idea, then maybe we can do a programmatic EIS at that stage, so that we get it done before the actual construction operation. But, those are things that we're evaluating as a bureau, and I just want to reiterate that we are trying to improve the process as we move along, and that, we're definitely hearing this because we do get it and we're taking it very seriously. And, like I said, trying to improve as we move.
David Barnes. My math is fuzzy, but in order to get to 3 gigawatts of power that you're talking about for the Oregon coast at 12 megs per windmill, does that come out to 250 windmills that you're talking about putting out here?
Again, the math is fuzzy because we don't know how large the wind turbines would be, but I would say roughly 3 gigawatts would be over 200 wind turbine generators.
Okay, and my next question, going back to what Mr. Bourne just said. You're talking about leasing out land and then letting people tell you how you're going to develop it. Once people pay for leases, you're past the point of saying no to them. And I have a problem with that process. And I'm wondering if you all think that's the right way to do things too, because to me, it's like others have said, that's just completely backwards. It really sounds like this project is already approved and going forward. And we're just here today to, yeah, exactly, lip service, just, because you have to have public hearings on this. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I will just say that a BOEM lease does not guarantee construction of anything. The BOEM lease just gives the lessee the opportunity to develop a plan and submit a plan to BOEM for review. So a lease does not guarantee the construction of any project. It's just the right to collect data and information so that they can submit a plan to the Bureau so that we can evaluate a proposal.
I'm Joe Janowitz and I live here in Gold Beach and I'm a fisherman. You mentioned earlier that these wind farms were going to be roughly 129 square miles. And it's a three-part question here while I have the mic. Will fishing in commercial and public use of the proposed call areas be restricted and how? Also, since the electricity generated will go into the grid and may not even be used here, what's in it for us? Also, wind currents influence the ocean's marine current systems, and these currents influence our fish and marine mammal migration. Have you done any studies other than computer projections on the influence these huge platforms may have on our migratory bird and fish populations? And then thirdly, we're part of the Pacific Flyway for migratory birds. These platforms have shown on land that they significantly impact mortality rates of migratory birds. Have you done mortality studies projecting bird mortality in the call areas once the platforms are in use?
I'll start with this one and then Donna, I'll let you address the studies question. So I believe the first question, there is no restriction of using the call areas. The call areas are just something on the map so that we can have an area to talk about, to collect data and information, to go out to the public and say, this is the area that we're thinking about leasing. What information do you have in and around the call? So there is no restriction of the call area at all. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So you're saying call areas, suggesting that these areas be auctioned off are not restricted, but I'm talking about after the development, not before the development. Is that what you're saying? After the development, there'll be no restrictions? I think what you're saying is there's no restrictions on the current call areas that we're talking about auction.
Right. And sorry, I misunderstood the question because I thought the question.
No. I'm talking about once the wind farms are in.
And once the wind farms are in, there is no restriction to going in the wind farm, fishing in the wind farm. There is no restriction at all. That's so.
There's going to be restrictions around our areas, around those areas because of the anchor cable. So now you're saying they're not going to be restricted?
Yeah.
Well,
So Doug, so hold on just a second. So Doug, the question is, or the follow-up question is that there was a different understanding about the level of restrictions within the area where the wind farm would be. People thought there were more restrictions and you're saying there aren't. So
I am saying that BOEM does not impose any restriction within the lease area, project or no project.
Okay. So we'll move on with, we've got a couple people here.
Did we want to have Donna? Yeah. Did we want to have?
Hey, folks, hold on. What, Doug?
Did we want to have Donna address the studies questions? That was also part of your.
Oh, right. So there were 3 questions as a part of what you asked. And then there was a follow-up about the restrictions. So one of the other questions you asked was about the flyway and the impact to migratory birds. And so.
And also.
And how the platforms influence the ocean currents. So Donna, there she is.
Yes.
So we'll have Donna speak to those. And then
Yes.
we'll get back on the queue with the other questions.
Yes, thank you for the question. We have done a lot of work on potential interactions between offshore wind and seabirds, and a lot of it you can find on our website. In fact, we've got a dedicated environmental studies program to look at specifically these kinds of impacts. And what we've done, and we've worked a lot with partners with the U.S. Geological Survey and also the Fish and Wildlife Service to look at patterns of seabird distribution and abundance. And extensive, we've have decades of surveys on the distribution and abundance of seabirds available for us to assess. It's too much for me to describe now, but a lot of it can be accessed from our website. We've also done a specific study that we call the vulnerability study that looks at the flight speed and flight height of seabirds and the distribution and compares it to a variety of theoretical scenarios on wind turbine height. And so this kind of vulnerability assessment is what we're using to base our potential impacts on. So again, we've done the work that we've done with partners is to describe over decades the distribution of seabirds with USGS and Fish and Wildlife Service. And we're actually starting an ongoing study with Fish and Wildlife Service for telemetry on seabirds so we can have a better definition of the Pacific flyway. And we've also done a vulnerability assessment on what seabirds might be most at risk.
Great, thank you, Donna. All right.
Donna, so what are your projections?
So the question is, what are your mortality projections?
We, again, we can't estimate mortality from a project unless we have a project description. And I know that's very frustrating because you'd like to have answers, but one key variable that is important is the turbine height. And so we have to give descriptions of the kind of infrastructure that a lessee would propose for a particular turbine design. And so we have some projections in the vulnerability assessment. And I'm a marine ecologist, I specialize in fish, so I'm not our avian ecologist, but it is all outlined in the report, which is available on the BOEM's website and also USGS. So like I said, the mortality projections would have to be tied to a specific project, but we understand the risk. The risk is outlined in the current studies.
All right, so we've got 3 people on deck up here, ready for questions.
Hi, I'm Ann Moore. I own a commercial fishing boat in Brookings. And my daughter and son-in-law also own a commercial fishing boat in Newport. My husband's been a commercial fisherman his entire life. He's an avid sports fisherman. He right now is fishing for salmon on the Rogue River in a sport boat. So we are very interested in what's happening with all this. We love the area as everybody else does. I'm trying to follow your tips to provide helpful comments. Apparently, my opinion doesn't really count for much, but I'd just like to go on record that we are very concerned about, and some of the questions have been answered. Can we go through these areas to go fishing? Why the environmental impact studies have not been done. Our fisheries are so regulated, so many rules and regulations, and we can't do anything without having all sorts of other stuff done first. And not to be rude, but a lot of your answers, and I understand why somewhat, are pretty vague. We just feel like this is getting pushed forward without really good information being gathered first. And we can't even really discern what size these towers are going to be, like how big the platforms are, and I know you've got some on the East Coast that have been going for a while, so there should be some information from that, but it just feels like it's being pushed through really fast. I know from the documents you put up that some of this stuff's been going on for a few years. I really haven't heard much about it until fairly recently. And so that concerns me too, that somehow we're not really being told until, now we've got 11 days for our public comment. And I just would like you guys to step back a little bit and do some of the due diligence and research this a little bit more before you put it forward and consider all the different aspects that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just, oh, go ahead, Whitney.
Yeah, I do want to thank you for the comment. I just want to be clear to the audience that we are hoping to have a discussion and dialogue during this time. And if you want that type of comment for the record, it's really important that it's in the next session where we have the court reporter and so on. So I do want to make that distinction. And really why we're here today, I'm we're looking forward to improve. You have a sign in, we'll have your contact information and look forward to these continued conversations. And I understand that it's frustrating not knowing the technology to then predict its impact, but the purpose where we are with the call is trying to minimize existing use or avoid areas to minimize. So it's really trying to understand the space use conflicts and the environmental areas so that these are cited in an area with the least amount of conflict. The mitigation hierarchy and, first we're in this avoidance, but to minimize and potentially mitigate, those are also really, really important discussions. It's just not a part of where we are right now in the call. The last thing I'll say, because Donna is providing some great studies and referring us to the website, we've also printed out the packets of environmental studies that could inform renewable energy offshore Oregon. And so some of these studies that Donna is referencing, there's a little blurb in that packet that can get you to the study directly. Thanks,
Yep.
Jamie.
And those are on the back table. And one clarification, when Whitney said the next session, that's as soon as we're done with this conversation, we're going to move right into formal public comment. And so that's when you can come up and speak in the microphone, and Shalene will record everything verbatim. And you don't have to do that. You can go to regulations.gov and or send a letter to. So that's what Whitney meant by that. So we've got you're next, and then you, sir, with the beard and hat, and then I'm going to go to Yelena, and then I'm going to go to you. I know it's frustrating when you've got a lot of people in the queue.
Thank you. My name is Ann Tlacker, and I'm a resident here in Gold Beach and love living here. It's beautiful. And thank you for the question about the turbines, because I wanted to know how many we're looking at. 200 seems like a whole lot to me. I had done prior research about offshore wind turbines in the North Sea, and there were 2 that powered all of Copenhagen. So in my mind, I was thinking, oh, we have like 10 or so out there. I wasn't thinking 200. But are there developers already interested in the coastline and doing this that you've been in contact with? Who gets the funds for the lease and the income from the wind power towers? And how long is a lease sale? Is it a lease, or are you selling our coast to a developer who will then be able to do whatever he wants? That's kind of what I'm hearing. So I guess that goes to BOEM, because I mean it's kind of our coast, but I know it's national. But does Oregon get any of this money, or where does it go?
I'll start by saying, the money goes to the Treasury. When there is a lease sale, that money goes to the Treasury. It's like when you pay your taxes, it goes to it doesn't go to it goes to the Treasury. And so BOEM doesn't see that money. I will say that one of the things that we're doing is, we do want some of those funds to go back into the local supply chain and workforce development. So what we can do, and I'll just give California as example, because that was said earlier, they're a little bit ahead. So for the California lease sale, we have a credit, that's being proposed, and they get a 20% credit on their lease sale purchase. So instead of that 20% going to the treasury, that 20% they're committing to pay, that's going to go into domestic supply chain development or workforce development. So what we're trying to do is, we know that the community is out here, and, we want, instead of going to the treasury, we want it to go into the community, by developing a supply chain, which is going to create those jobs, which is going to, at least help the economy, on the West Coast, and, develop a workforce, because, at the end of the day, people are going to need to be trained if these projects move forward. So at least that's going to be something that's going to create jobs for the community also. So the money, the lease sale it's supposed to go to, but, BOEM and the Bureau, we're trying to, redirect some of that so that it's not all going to the treasury. As far as the lease itself, so if we have a lease sale, that lease is for renewable energy development. It is not, we're leasing that area for that resource. It is not something that, not like a lease where you lease a piece of land and you can do, no, it's for a lease for the development of, offshore wind. And if, they, not to take too long, but if the power is not purchased and they're not doing their due diligence and they are not able to develop offshore wind, then the lease will automatically expire. That, it's not something that they can hold forever. We're leasing it, we're making the areas available. It is intended to move forward with renewable energy development. And if it doesn't, then it comes back to the federal government, and, it does not live in perpetuity if there is no development on it.
The question was, is there a timeline, the follow-up?
So once we have the lease sale, so they have the intent is, they have some time to submit a site assessment plan. They have a 5-year term for the site assessment term that they can collect data and information because, we don't know everything about it, but the intent is they could do the surveys. We want them to avoid hard bottom. We want them to avoid any reefs out there. We're not, we have an idea, we have some information, but they're going to get that granular information so that we'll know what reefs are out there, what hard bottoms out there that they need to avoid. We'll know, if the anchors are going to go out there, what the Watt circle is and what it's going to impact, and they can engineer something to avoid, some of those habitats out there. So that's the intent of the site assessment phase, and that's for up to 5 years. And after the end of that 5 years, they, need to submit a construction operation plan to us. So there is timelines out there. That's not to say that, if they're doing their due diligence and things, they may need some more time, we can grant more time, but it does not, they can't just sit on it forever, and that lease will expire if it doesn't get developed.
My name is Dan Frazier, commercial fisherman from Brookings. I also represent the water users in the Harbor Water District down there. In I guess it was actually the February meeting that was done and you guys did online, there was a reference to a Helmholtz-Zentrum, I think it's a proper pronunciation, study done from Denmark. Talked about the stratification of the ocean's temperature warming up underneath these because of lack of wind going across and cooling it, which creates warmer temperatures, which would impact our Dungeness crab fisheries because of that. And we're hearing a lot about fisheries today, which is a dramatic impact upon our communities. But I want to take one step further. As a member of the Harbor Water District, for the last 6 years, this will be the 7th year if we experience it again, we've experienced salinity issues from the Chetco River due to high flow of the salinity, high tides going up and not enough flow coming down. What happens to our weather patterns in the wake field behind these wind turbines? That study that I quoted or stated there says it's 42 miles or 70 kilometers behind we disturb the wind. Is that going to create more rain or less rain? Because if it's going to create less rain and for the harbor water users, we're going to have more salinity issues. We're not even addressing that problem. What is BOEM doing for those? What other studies do we have? Do we have any?
I will ask Donna to weigh in on that.
Hi, yes, thank you for your question. And that is an issue that we are examining or have used other partners that have been studying this and the information which is highly relevant. And I believe Abby also has some information about POET about discussing this particular potential impact of reduced wind field and upwelling. And I think they'll be pretty illuminating on the potential scope and extent of what the, as you say, the wind field and so forth would be. From what I know of the studies, that there has been, there's a lot of natural variability in the wind field. And I think, if I remember correctly, the most relevant study, only 1% of the time would there be a detectable change in the wind field from an offshore wind farm, but those specifics can be studied. As far as I know, there's no link between an offshore wind field potential changes and weather changes, but that could be something that we could model further. But as you know, variability is extremely important in meteorology, and detectable impacts are what we're sort of looking at, and the that work is ongoing. So also, I think it's important to remember that since there's a lot of vortices and turbulence associated with that, that the impact on the weather is on the wind field, and the connection to the upwelling is expected to, if it's detectable, be localized behind the wind farm. And the projections on a regional basis are still to be done, but there would be, of course, a lot less. And so, Abby, if you have that.
But the problem with that I see is the North Sea is a much shallower surface than what we're speaking of here on these wind.
Yes, I'm talking about.
Therefore, you have greater
modeling
problem
on this coast. We're talking about modeling on this coast.
So I just, sorry, I just wanted to let people know about a webinar that actually occurred yesterday and is going to be posted online. The webinar was put together by the Pacific Ocean Energy Trust, and it gave, so there's a study funded, and this is based in California, but it's still the California current. There was a study funded by the Ocean Protection Council in California that was looking at the currents. And it's an ongoing study, but they do have some information that is now available to the public. So if you do a search for POET webinars, they host informational webinars on recent research. And because it just happened yesterday, it's probably not posted yet, but there will be an hour-long webinar on ocean circulation currents. So I just wanted to refer people to that if they're interested.
Okay, but again, I'm specifically as I'm currently, unfortunately, the sitting president of the Harbor Water District. And I'm the one that gets a lot of calls from the water users saying, hey, I'm tired of salinity in my water. So again, what does it do to our rain patterns? We haven't addressed any of that. I have seen nothing from anybody, from BOEM, from anything that I've seen that addresses the change in weather patterns. And you tonight or this morning do not seem to be able to provide any information for that. Where is the studies about weather patterns and how it changes? The North Sea does claim that it slows the wind speeds behind these windmills. So my question is does that mean we have less rain or more rain?
Right.
Someone answer that.
Right. Well, I would encourage you to, like I said, to make this a part of your public comment, and we can follow up on that. I'm sort of hesitating because I'm not a meteorologist, I'm a marine ecologist, and I want to be careful that I don't overstate my personal knowledge, but I will make some statements on how we address potential impacts. And first of all, we partner with experts. So we are partnering with National Renewable Energy Lab, which has done a lot of modeling, and also other companies like Integral Consulting and state governments, which are funding research to address these questions. And if you log in your concern about what potential weather patterns, we will provide further examination of that.
Why is there
and
not
then
a
relating to fisheries examples, as you know, one of the whole driving need for people's interest in renewable energy is to adjust potential climate change activities. And so we know that there are changing meteorological and oceanographic conditions, and we are incorporating that into our impact assessment. Because as you know, climate change is dramatically and often very negatively affecting fisheries. And we want to understand what that is as the baseline. And then on top of that, would there be any other changes from a wind farm that would interact that? So I think it is also important to document that we are looking at the project specific potential impacts, but also under the overall larger climate change modifications that will affect fisheries dramatically. And so we are aware of these issues and the research is ongoing.
So you currently have no one upon your board in BOEM that works or is a meteorologist at this point. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm not a meteorologist. That's why it's hard for me to.
I'm saying there is no one on BOEM's guidance panel that is a meteorologist. Is that what
No,
I'm?
we do have meteorologists and oceanographers and air quality people. We have that expertise, but we also partner with people that are going to provide us with more information. So, and I think maybe Doug would like to add some further comments. So I'm going to sign off here for a second.
Go ahead, Doug.
And really, I didn't have too much to add. Thanks, Donna, for that. I'll just say that we do have meteorologists in BOEM. I think Donna was just simply saying that she was not a meteorologist. It's definitely something that, we'll have to look at moving forward. I did just want to reiterate too that, ultimately, I think that as a society, we are experiencing climate change. We know that, there are a lot of goals from states to reduce their carbon footprint, to move to renewable energy, and hoping to counteract some of the effects of climate change. So I think that, at the end of the day, the climate is changing, it's changing and there are no wind turbines out there. So I think the hope is that, if we can reduce the carbon and, fight climate change and move forward with a more sustainable coast, that will hopefully reverse some of the effects of the climate change that we're seeing all along the West Coast.
And I will say, and Yelena, we've got 3 people out here. Do you want to do them first? And then you will be the 4th. I want to just remind folks what Whitney had said early on about the formal public comment. So Dan, yours is a great example of coming up and saying, BOEM, we need you to do a meteorological study to understand the effects. And that's, that's a specific kind of a comment that would be helpful to put in regulations.gov. So we've got 2 people here. We've got this woman, and then I'm going to do, you'll be number 5 after Yelena.
Thank you. My name is Leonard Krug. I'm in Brookings, Oregon, and I just wanted to start by clarifying one of the questions that was asked earlier. Is this the way I heard it? About the restrictions to the call areas. There's no restrictions to the call areas. BOEM will not impose restrictions to the leases, but the private companies such as RWE, Duke Energy, when they purchase those lease areas, then they'll be privatized. Is that accurate?
No, that is not accurate. A lessee cannot restrict entrance into the lease area. In between, I will just, the only potential restriction would be if the Coast Guard determined that for safety, there needed to be some sort of distance around the turbines themselves, simply from a Coast Guard perspective, simply for safety. And generally speaking, that's for larger vessels. And I'll say that we learned that from from the oil and gas side, and it really is a homeland security issue about getting close to the, so the Coast Guard, it is their call. A lessee cannot restrict access into the lease area. BOEM does not restrict access into the lease area. The only thing is if the Coast Guard determined that for safety's sake, there needed to be some sort of restrictions around the platforms, that's the only authority who could restrict anything within the lease area.
But
And
the
it has
coast,
not been done at this time.
but the Coast Guard doesn't know what that restriction may be.
I don't want to speak for the Coast Guard. I'm simply giving an example from the oil and gas, because BOEM has experience with that. There have been no restrictions thus far on any of the structures for offshore wind. And I would say, again, not speaking for the Coast Guard, I don't expect that they're going to have any restrictions, but I don't know what their safety considerations are that they're going to come up with.
Couple of more just brief questions. Is it true that by the time this project would see completion, that due to the advances in technology, that it may very well be obsolete? Now, a big question is, so if these are decommissioned, or one washes up on shore, or we have a horrific storm, or as Dan Fraser mentioned, it adds to the salinity of the community's water. Who's on the hook for that financially? It's my understanding that there's a feed and tariff clause incorporated in Rhode Island and Virginia's projects by the state, and then that would be anticipated to be in Oregon's contract also.
I don't know what is going to happen in Oregon. I can say from a BOEM perspective, again, lessons learned from industries, we've been doing offshore energy for a while. We have a very substantial financial assurance program within the Bureau, and that we collect some sort of financial assurance. And I'll just give bonds as an example that we estimate the cost of decommissioning. So if something were to happen to a lessee, that we're going to have funds that are set aside that we can call those bonds if needed to remove those structures. If there ever was anything, if the lessee went bankrupt, for instance, money would be there. So federal taxpayers would not be on the hook to pay for removing those structures.
Is it in writing? I mean, is this a contractual agreement already? Because what we're hearing is you don't know a lot, and there's so many unknowns, and there's so many, it's like this process is going to go forward with or without us, and without a lot of questions answered.
I'll say the financial assurance aspect of this is a part of our regulations. It is in writing. That is something that we knew if structures were going to go out there, that there needed to be a financial mechanism to remove them if anything were to happen to the lessee sometime down the line. And we do collect that financial assurance before any structure is installed on the OCS.
Ray Simon, I'm a homeowner and looking to move full-time at some point, possibly in Brookings. This has a lot of concern for me in making that decision. I have a few questions. Hopefully they're all pretty short and pointed. Early on in the presentation, someone said to minimize environmental effects. What does that mean? In generally a project of this substantial size, there would be criteria or requirements that need to be upheld. Are those things stated somewhere where we could see that as a community?
I'm not sure. I think I'm the person that may have said that, and it was in the discussion of the parameters on how we develop the call areas. So in the example that these call areas are 12 nautical miles or 13.8 miles from shore, that is minimizing potential impacts. For the example that we are avoiding migratory routes for whales, or our understanding is that there are larger concentrations of marine birds closer to shore. So that those were the examples of the parameters that were used, with this buffer that between the eastern boundary of the call area to shore. So I believe that that's the comment or the response to what I was saying earlier.
Okay, so you've already set some of those parameters, which sounds great. What are the ones still remaining that you're looking for? So for example, my next question is, some of the, you're asking people to provide input, right? And provide information. As you're going through this process, where do we go see the open questions, the open concerns that BOEM has, or the things that are looking to be filled in, right? So there's a lot of questions, fill in the blanks, you're looking for these.
Sure.
So we saw some data, but that data didn't do anything for us. That just said, hey, we got some data sets.
Sure.
Where's more meaningful pieces of information or open items?
So I think an example is, and it's in the fishing aspects of this. So we describe in the call how we broadly consider fishing. And with this buffer to shore, we're for the most part excluding the Dungeness crab and shrimp fishery. And we're showing you today the data and information that we have for these other fisheries. For example, for whiting, we understand that there is use within these areas. And we're trying to ask if there is additional information than what we've shown that we should be, that should be under consideration. I see Donna also popped up on the screen. I'm not sure if you wanted to provide an additional comment to that.
Yes, I do. I just want to explain the kind of general process of how we approach our environmental concerns and impact analyses. And so we have something that we call a mitigation hierarchy, and that to avoid impacts to the physical or human environment, we first seek to avoid any impacts altogether, right? And so in this case, if we're thinking about call areas, we try to avoid impacts to fishing or sensitive bird areas by not putting not having a space use conflict there. If possible, we try to avoid. If we cannot avoid, then we try to minimize impacts to a certain resource, mammals, birds, fishing, seafloor impacts, so forth. So an example might be that, we'll just take birds, for example. If there's some construction activities, we would try to avoid certain breeding times and so forth. So if we cannot avoid, we try to minimize. And then the third step that we attempt to is to mitigate or compensate impacts. And so say for an environmental aspect, you could have a restoration aspect, or there could be financial compensation if that's appropriate. And so during the process, Whitney is showing a flow chart of the life cycle of a project. And so we're always trying to avoid, minimize, and then ultimately, if we cannot do either, then to compensate for these impacts. And so we view this as an ongoing dialogue. So this is not like, this is it, that we're done. It's a feedback process where, like right now, we're trying to understand how to avoid impacts when possible, right? And so the public comment that would be really valuable would be specifics on that. Then also at any time, how to minimize, and then ultimately after a project, we'd look at how to compensate. And so I think I'm just saying that's because it's kind of helped for you to guide the points in time where the type of comments would be most useful to us. So it's an ongoing process. This is not like one kind of conversation.
Right, I understand avoid and then, and to some extent minimize. Who makes the choice then at what's unacceptable, right? Like what thresholds you won't go beyond?
Well, the specific impacts, and I'm just going to use fishing in this case, would occur at the project phase, right? So designated call area doesn't impact fishing right now because it's a map, basically, right? So it's hard for us to understand what specific impacts might occur because they have not occurred. We don't have a plan design. I know that's frustrating, but at that time, then we can be more specific on what kinds of impacts might be occurring. And we're still gathering. We've got a lot of information. We intend to gather more information, and we do seek the public's specifics on the type of information and the type of kind of analyses that we would want to do to get a full understanding of potential impacts. And that's why we have ongoing stakeholder outreach to help us define what those impacts might be. And we do things on a different scale. We do it like at a port level, and like a regional level, state level, and a, California current wide level, so that we are able to communicate these potential impacts on the resources at the scales that are important to our constituents.
Thank you for expanding on that. Two quick questions here. One is, there were some comments earlier implied that we're not trying to rush things, we want to do things the right way. But I also heard a couple times that, wow, we'd like to fit that in, but it doesn't seem to fit in because you're under a mandate. A very specific question I want to ask is, you showed us how to use that map tool. So people here were just shown that there's a tool that you can comment on. The comment period ends in 2 weeks. Would you be considerate to expand that period in the comment time? Yeah, it seems a little ridiculous to just show people about something that they can use and expect that you're going to get some meaningful input out of it. So would there be consideration to take that comment period and add a week or two?
I'm not the decision maker on that, so I'm going to direct that to other people on our team.
Hey, thanks, Donna. I can say that we can take that into consideration, yes. So if that's a part of the comments, then we will consider that, yes.
Thank you. Last question. Brookings and Gold Beach, to me, as I've looked at, is this place where I want to live full time. It has a lot of interesting aspects that are very vulnerable to something like this in terms of the economics of the communities. So has there been an economic impact study done? And what I mean by that is, for example, you need diversity of people with different incomes and different, ways of making a living. Has that been looked at? Because this was definitely going to change certain things.
BOEM has not funded a specific study looking to, Brookings or Gold Beach specifically for this piece. I think there's been some broader studies trying to understand socioeconomic impacts or what type of economic impact there would be from offshore wind development, but it hasn't been specific to this location.
So, Elaine, I want to do a time check with you. So it's 20 after 10. We have 5 more people, including yourself, in the room who have questions, and we have 4 people online with questions. And I know yesterday we didn't take our break until 11, and that was really pushing it for a lot of people. So I guess I'm suggesting maybe just like a 5-minute break and then reconvene with the 5 in the room and the 4 online, and then move to public comment, because we do have people who have numbers who've been waiting to come up and speak and start public comment by 11.
How
What do you-
many do we have who signed
We
up
have 10.
here?
Mhm.
Online, any?
Online, how many public comment? 2?
Okay.
Yeah, so if we start by 11 for the formal public comment, we should be good, which gives us another half hour plus
Let's do
for
that.
Q&A. Okay, so we'll just take a 5-minute stretch break that gives the panelists the chance to use the bathroom, get a drink of water. We'll come back. I haven't forgotten the queue. The woman in the gray, or the person in the gray and red. Yep, they're next. Yep, you'll be the first up. You'll be the first up. Plan. So we've got a couple people in the room and 4 folks online. What we're going to do is continue the question and answer until 11. And then at 11, we're going to stop the question and answer and move to the formal public comment. And I know it's a little bit confusing. There's 3 parts to the meeting. First part, presentation. Second part, this conversation we're having. The third part is the formal public comment where you come up to the table, you make your comments for 3 to 5 minutes. The court reporter transcribes those and they get uploaded to regulations.gov. So we'll start that at 11 and we've got 10 people signed up for that. When we're done with public comment, we'll go back to question and answer. We're glad to stay. We will stay and answer your questions as long as you have questions. All right, does that sound good? And the reason why we'll stop the Q&A at 11 is because we've got people that had signed up for the formal public comment, and some of them need to go and they've been waiting. And so we want to make sure we give them that chance to do that. Sound like a plan? Somebody nod their head? All right, thank you. So you are next and then you're after.
I'm Tammy Coppin. I'm the mayor of Gold Beach, and thank you everybody for coming. I came here to listen and learn, and we have some really, really smart people in the room, and I appreciate that. If you have comments like Mr. Frazier did about the salinity and the concerns about that, please send those to me or the city. You can either email me, drop them off at City Hall, something. We're going to try to come up with a resolution on the 23rd. We have a different meeting that I'm going to try to add it to, and I don't know what the answer will be, but we're going to try to come up with it. I wish I was as good as Mayor Cox and had been on this 3 months ago, but unfortunately, I do too many other meetings. You know what that was like. Thank you very much for coming. My 2 concerns are predominantly you've answered. You don't know how are we getting to the earth? How are we getting from the ocean to the shore? That makes a huge difference for our tourism. And we have something in Oregon called planning, and nobody should be able to put a transmission line on our shoreland through the area without going through the formal planning process. And I'm guessing the federal government does what they want. The other concern I have is this is a lot like mining in that something could go wrong and who's going to clean it up? And we've heard that they have to be financially viable, but trust that this is the green energy of ExxonMobil or BP, British Petroleum. They always have a way to go bankrupt or get out of something. And so maybe a bond or something like that would be helpful in making sure that when something washes up on shore, somebody's going to go there and clean it up, and they're going to do it quickly because it affects our fisheries, it affects our tourism, and it affects the people that live here. So, and then the bigger question that probably you can't answer, but I'm hoping you can, is this really green energy? When I was in chemistry class, Mr. Jim Crumley said, you got to be careful. Sometimes they promise you something and the science isn't there. They're going to create something that costs more to create in energy and say that it's an energy savings. Are these wind turbines really their lifespan and what it takes to create them and the environmental impact really going to provide us more energy than what it took to make them? Thank you. And I do appreciate you coming.
Thank you, Mayor. You're next, and then the man in the blue shirt, you've been waiting for quite a while.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that, we do require a bond, that it is something that we require part of the financial assurance so that we do have that, BOEM can call that bond to make sure that if anything happens, that it gets cleaned up properly and quickly. And I'll also say too, with the transmission, and I know it's not a good answer, but I will say that, when there is a transmission that comes to shore, it goes through state waters and state lands. And when it comes on shore, so there is going to be, the Oregon is going to have their chance to look at it too, to make sure that it's good. So, BOEM's jurisdiction ends 3 miles offshore. So any authorization that comes in from 3 miles to shore, onshore, that's whoever the regulating entity is, from the state or other federal agencies who do that. And I'll just say that, wind turbines is, it is renewable energy. These projects, the wind turbines, can last, 30 years and generate electricity. And, they do generate more electricity than the energy that it takes to create them. Yes.
My name is Todd Hyatt. I live in Gold Beach. I've commercial fished and logging and whatnot. My question is a little bit like hers, that I just don't even know what we're doing here. When you try to anchor a 200,000 pound windmill in 1,000 feet of water, that can't make enough electricity that you can sell at a price that it's worth. I mean, this is just absurd. The whole thing. If there was no economic impact or environmental impact, no permitting problems, nothing, the electricity that this thing could ever make isn't worth it. Oh, well, I guess it's supposed to be a question. How much is this electricity going to cost?
Yes, and that's another question. And BOEM makes the areas available, and it is the lessee who determines how much it's going to cost to build the project. Ultimately, at the end of the day, these projects are not going to go forward if there is not a utility who is not going to purchase that project. The state of Oregon, who I believe how it works is, and I can be corrected, but typically, a Public Utilities Commission is going to approve that. So that price is going to come in. It is not going to be, they're going to charge whatever. They are going to have to compete. They are going to have to get the contracts. They're going to have to get a power purchase agreement for that project to go forward. So they're going to have to come in at a price that the state of Oregon is happy with, putting onto ratepayers before it's going to go anywhere. So it is not just, once we issue a lease, that's the beginning of the process. For that power to come to shore, everything, there are a lot of hoops that have to go through. And ultimately, it's going to be the price of the power, because if that doesn't, meet muster, it's not going to go forward.
Well, you guys are obviously spending millions of dollars to get to this point. When are you going to find out that this is all a waste? When are you going to get to a number?
Yeah, and I'll say that the Bureau hasn't spent millions of dollars to get to this point. It is our job. We are federal employees. It is, I pay taxes too. We all, it is, our tax dollars that, ultimately, yes, pay our salaries. So I'll just say that, we do make them available, the areas, that's our job. And, we're just going to make them available, but really the burden is going to fall to the lessees. So that's why, once there's a lessee, they're the ones paying for the surveys. It's not federal taxpayers. It's not the federal government. It's going to be the lessees. So they're going to have to collect that data, and it's our job to review the data and make sure that it's adequate so that we can make our decisions moving forward.
We've got a question here.
Good morning. Just a reminder that BOEM is appointed, BOEM's director is appointed by the Biden administration. These individuals are here, they work for the company, they do the leases. And so and appreciate them being here because they've never done this before with the public comment and coming here to our community. So let's just try to be respectful. They're trying to be respectful, right? So no yelling out from the audience. So my question has to do with the lease provisions and moving forward. And I understand there was a question earlier with regards to bringing the power on shore and making sure that it, because of course the call areas across off of Curry County don't just stop at the border. They the larger map shows they continue into California, and Humboldt Bay is a project. And so in the lease provisions, is there an opportunity to, if the project does move forward, that the benefit of those electrons, because for my constituents here, we're at the end of a very long extension cord from Bonneville, would come into the grid and transmission system here at the border or north? And could that be a possibility of the lease provisions? That's question one. And then the second question is, can you give some examples of what lease provisions are, if it hasn't been discussed with everyone, and what those lease provisions look like in Humboldt, so that the folks understand what I'm talking about? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'm trying to, I'll say that that's something that we haven't looked at before as a lease provision as to where those electrons would go. But that's definitely something that, like I said before, we're trying to improve the process, and that's probably something that we can take into consideration. I can't guarantee you that that would be a lease provision that we would that we could, make it a part of the lease, but it's something that we can consider, and I think too, since I'm trying to think outside the box because it's new, maybe that's something that, these projects, and like I said, the PUC or whoever in Oregon that's buying that power, they're, ultimately, purchasing that power is the number one thing that has to happen. So there is a lot of, there's a lot of power that, the entity has to get things done to get that power purchase agreement. But we can definitely explore that and see what we can put in the lease. And I'm trying to think of a good example of the lease provisions that we have for California. A lot of the provisions that we have, and if they're, because we do have different aspects that we're covering, one of them is a communications plan. So we do have, and I'll just give the tribal communications plan or Native American communications plan as an example. So, once there's a lessee, they have to develop a communications plan with the tribes to and show us how they're communicating, what concerns are raised by the tribes. And same with fishing. So there is a fisheries communication plan. There is a fisheries liaison that is required. And again, that plan has to be developed within 120 days of getting the lease. And part of the plan that they develop, has to be coordinated with the fishing community. It has to include something in the plan so that there can be a mechanism to, if there's lost gear, that a claim could be made. That has to be a part of the communication plan. There has to be a fisheries liaison. And as they're going through and developing their construction operation plan, they need to provide us with their communications every 6 months on what kind of communications they're having with the fishing community, what concerns have been raised by the commercial fishers, how they address those concerns, so that, our intent is when we get the lease and that construction operation plan is being developed, that the lessee has to communicate with the community that could potentially be impacted to make sure that they have input into the process and the development of the plan, so that after, and I'll just say 2 to 5 years, however long it takes to develop that plan, when they submit it to BOEM for review, that it's not going to be a surprise to anyone. Because, ultimately, if they can design the project with the community in mind, with the impacted stakeholders in mind, then hopefully at the end of the day, there's a better product for us to review when we get it on our end. And there are other examples. So I don't know if there's anything that, one of the things, and I know that this is Oregon, but I can say that we just had the proposed sale notice go out for California. which does have our draft leases in there. It has, questions that we're asking. And that's kind of in line with, what's going on the Bureau side. And California is a good example of, we've learned lessons from the East Coast. We're bringing it to the West Coast. So I think the best lease that we have probably in the Bureau right now is, in the proposal for California. And, if we get to the lease sale stage in Oregon, we'll be able to, lessons learned from California and bring that to Oregon too.
All right, so 2 more questions in the room. And then, Yelena, we've got 2 questions online, including yours, that are Heather Mann and Tim Novotny.
Hi, my name is Wendy Tomko. I'm a recreational fisherman. I live up on Coy Creek Road, and I retired from the Coast Guard in 22 years, after 22 years of service. So I've been on the rural community. I know the oceans and the whole bit. My father is a chemical engineer. My nephew is a petroleum engineer, and I have some environmental engineers in the family as well. And my understanding of wind power is that it is fine for supplemental, but it does not provide enough power to even provide for a community of our size. It can supplement only. My first question is going to what that nice lady said very articulately and intelligently, is yes, the windmills will last 20 or 30 years, but what happens when they fail? I will still be alive in 30 to 40 to 50 years. The windmills, the blades are going to need to be replaced in my lifetime. I understand they are not recyclable. So what is the impact on the environment when all of these windmills start to fail and we don't have a place to recycle them? There are communities in the country where they are being buried in the ground. What's that going to do in 30 and 40 and 50 years, just like when the Coast Guard dumped batteries at the bottom of buoys that we've now had to go pick up because the environmental concerns are correctly wrong. It's hurting the environment. So I would like to know a long-term recycle, reusable plan for the equipment you're going to put in my backyard. The second issue is Lakeview has agreed to and done several solar farms not too far from Gold Beach. All of the companies have gone bankrupt. The solar farms fed cities outside of their communities, did nothing for the individuals. Any tax breaks they were promised died when the company went bankrupt, and the equipment is sitting there rotting. I have seen it. I have toured it. I have listened to locals that have lived there their entire lives. I want you all to understand, I do not think you will get community support unless you can guarantee us that if the project is a failure, somebody is going to come clean up our backyard. Because again, rural communities and coastal communities all over this country are facing it when these environmental green energy plants don't produce what they think they're going to produce, and the companies buying the energy stop buying it because it is not cost affordable, cost feasible. So what is the long-term plan for recycling the equipment? And what are the guarantees that you're going to clean up my backyard if this doesn't work? And my understanding from a highly educated family is that solar wind, although very nice, is supplemental only and cannot provide the power to sustain on its own even a community as small as Gold Beach.
Great. I'll say great questions. And again, thank you for your service at the Coast Guard. To answer the supplemental, I will just say that, that's why offshore wind is so attractive compared to onshore wind. There is a much more consistent renewable resource with offshore wind. There are studies that showed, offshore wind. I mean, I think that as, fishers and community along the coast, the wind blows in the afternoon. So offshore wind is really supplemental to solar. So, at the end of the day, solar peaks at noon. And then as the day goes on, the solar power is going to drop off. That's when offshore wind is at its peak. So as a renewable resource, it's very complementary to solar. I think that as, as and I'm just talking about the overall grid as a whole, so power comes from a lot of different places, offshore wind, as solar develops, as renewable energy develops, it is a complementary and it is a good resource that is more consistent than onshore wind. And you're right, recycling, the blades, and that's one of the questions that comes up. I mean, that is a question that the wind turbine industry is grappling with now. They're looking at how they can make the blades more recyclable because, as offshore or as wind energy and wind turbines, get developed, it is a concern about the recyclability of the blades and what happens to those at the end of the life. Is it going to be something that can be reused? So they retool the turbine and just reuse the blades? Is it going to be something that they can recycle? That is something that is being looked at. Department of Energy has funds that is looking at that because that is something that is a problem that needs to be solved at the end of the day. Technology is always changing. I think that, renewable energy is something that, the country and the West Coast is moving forward with. We need to find solutions. Blade recycling is one of the solutions that we need. We also need a solution to, the more conventional power generation. So, there are a lot of things out there. There are a lot of issues that need to be solved. And I think that, over time, things are going to get done. And I'll go back to, if these do fail, if it's out there, I'll just reiterate that we do have our financial assurance program, which again, I'll call it bonds, that there will be a bond in place that if something happens and something needs to be done, if the companies go bankrupt, that those structures are not going to stay out there. If they're not producing and they're not generating electricity and they are no longer of use, they will not be on the OCS. They have to be removed. And if the company who put them out there can't do it, then we can call the bonds and, ultimately, the federal government can hire contractors to go remove those facilities so that they will not be out there. They will come off the OCS when they are no longer being used.
So thank you for that, Doug. Thanks, Wendy. Last question in the room, and then we're going to go to public comment on, or not public comment, question answer online, and then we're going to move to formal public comment. And again, we'll stay after the formal public comment to answer any other additional questions folks have.
Hi, Joe Mason from Brookings. Just a sports fisherman. I got a couple of questions here. Number one is, of course, my understanding of maritime law is and all that up to date, but I thought that maritime law says that anything outside 12 miles is international waters. If it's international waters, how can this agency sell leases that they don't own the property of? That's number one. Number two is one of the guys was questioning about the cables dragging across the seabed. Is there any future studies or any thoughts about how you're going to replace the seabeds when there's no crabs left out there, or when the fishing actually their migration of the fish is not going to be out there in that in that water area? Okay, that's number two. And number three is I want to comment on her statement, which is quite true, that these propellers are made out of polyester, which is, guess what? A fossil fuel. It's also, they're made out of a rosin that comes from chlorine, which is also poison. And in burying this stuff in the ground is not going to be the way to do it, because it's going to get in our groundwater and destroy it. It's exactly what Paris, the city of Paris in France, is running into right now with lithium batteries. It's cheaper to buy new cars than it is to replace them with lithium batteries. They got 1,000 cars sitting in a lot right now that are all rotten.
And it's all that stuff is going, all those toxins are going right into the groundwater. And they don't know what to do with it. Okay. The other thing is that this is almost sounding like Solyndra. I don't know if any of you guys remember Solyndra. It was a solar company that was touted by one of our presidents. It was, they gave them $20 million in subsidies to provide stuff. In 2010, 2011, they declared bankruptcy. At the end of 2011, the FBI went in and raided this place to find out what happened to the $20 million. Gone. So my question is, what are the subsidies going to be for these companies? Because I noticed that was mentioned that these companies are going to get subsidies to develop all this stuff.
So the three questions in there. Doug, you're going to start off?
Yeah, I believe I heard the question in terms of the question of international waters. And so our jurisdiction for BOEM is from 3 to 200 nautical miles, which is the extent of the exclusive economic zone. So it's outside of 200 nautical miles that you're in international waters. The question on the mooring systems has been addressed a little bit more. I don't have too much more information, just to state that we don't know what type of mooring systems would be used, and talking about the swept area based on a catenary mooring system. But there are other mooring systems that we may see. The question on the blade materials, it's to reiterate along with the earlier comment, I mean, currently you are looking at landfilling the blades, as they're not recyclable, and that there are these other initiatives out there to try to understand, to either extend the life cycle or repurpose or change the materials so that they are, it's a different end of life treatment. And I don't think I can comment too much on the lithium battery front.
Yeah, so I can, Solyndra, I am familiar with the Solyndra, and that was a, company got a Department of Energy loan guarantee. And, we're not, this isn't, offshore wind is not the same there. It's not being, there are currently no loan guarantees for offshore winds not being subsidized. I think what you may be referencing is, we do give a bidding credit to the company in the lease sale, at least we're proposing to in California. The intent of that is not to subsidize the company. The intent of that is to, instead of that money going to the treasury, that the credit that they get, they have to have a plan for how those funds can go to the workforce development or go to the domestic supply chain. So it's not where, the intent is not to subsidize the company. It's so those funds go into the community potentially impacted by the projects.
All right, so thank you everybody for participating in the Q&A in the room. We have nearly 30 people online, 4 of which have questions they'd like to have as part of this Q&A. The first up is Carrie Silva. So Carrie.
Can you hear me?
I don't know, Yelena. Of course. Hey, Carrie, we can hear you. Do you want to put your video on so we can see you?
Well,
you don't
my
have
connection's not very good with the video.
No worries. No worries.
I would, but it's not. I'll try it. Let me try it. Let me know if it freezes because.
There you are. We see you.
Okay. Okay, good. I have a follow-up question from that question I asked yesterday in Coos Bay about what was the purpose of us giving the data for within the call areas. My husband has handed over his log books for each fishery, which is Dungeness crab, pink shrimp, and whiting. No, bottom fish, pink shrimp, crab. I'm so nervous being on this way. Anyway, he's handed over those logbooks for each of his fisheries for 40 years. You already have all the data you need from him along with other fishermen. What's the purpose, or should I say, what's the benefit for you to collect it again today?
y'all answer that one. I guess it's just a misunderstanding of what we're looking for. More than their data, if he's been turning in logbooks and the state's got it, we've got what we need. More so to kind of complement that, if you all have like you'd see the data, it's there. You know, I'm happy to work with folks in the back afterwards here to look at various data sets, to look at that and say, yeah, and this area right here is of particular importance to me, or I know this area over here has this going on, which is something that I might never have thought of. But yeah, absolutely, we don't need your logbooks or anything like that. If they've been turned into the state, we've got the state data. It's there. But thank you for that. But yeah, anything you can tell us about areas that are special to you for fishing or other purposes, that's what we're after.
Okay,
So
Carrie.
I was just curious on what is the benefit of it for you, because you're asking us to give you that data, but you already have it, and you want more, but you already have it. So what would be the benefit of it for it today, tomorrow, next week? What's the benefit for today?
For our planning, just like the other day, a gentleman brought me his a photo of his plotter, showing me the various areas where he had fished and everything. You know, so it was 10 years worth of where he had fished. I know a lot of folks aren't comfortable sharing that. No problem. You don't have to give us that. But if you are, and he was able to talk, okay, see right here, we were going back and forth, not very long. We were doing really well there. Over here, we were much longer lines. We weren't doing as well. That's excellent. That's very helpful to me. You know, that place seems very important to this gentleman. We can't guarantee you anything of what we're going to do in the long run, but man, we're going to take your information into account. The goal is to be to avoid as many things as we can and to avoid the most important areas. So when you can tell us what's more important, that you can see my data just like I can see it. But if you think there's something in there that I might not be able to see for some reason, all ears.
So Carrie, a good way to think about it is
Vice versa.
Yep, Frank is saying, this is the data we have. Is it right? Is it complete? Do are there other things we should know? I think that's a lot of what you keep hearing.
Well, it is right, because it's ODF and W's, it's the law. They can't lie on those. It's adequate. It's accurate. So I was just curious on what the benefit is for you today, which it should already be there. Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. So next up, we've got Mike Okanowski. Mike, you want to unmute yourself and introduce yourself? And you can be on video if you like.
Sure. Mike Okanowski. Today I'm representing the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group. I'm consulting with Pacific Seafood, and I've worked directly with them for 25 years managing plants. 3 of those plants were in Oregon, processing plants, that is. We bought every type of fish that came out of the ocean, basically. But my question is, about 6 or 8 months ago at a BOEM meeting, I brought up the energy reduction effects created downwind of operating wind turbines. Now, there was another gentleman that touched on this. Simplistically, this basically reduces transmission of wind energy to the ocean. The transmission of this energy to the ocean is critical to the ocean hydrological function, which is influential to the productivity of ocean ecological systems. The California Current governs the productivity of one of the 4 most productive ecosystems in the world. This may be referred to as dynamic essential fish habitat, i.e. megalopes, small crab, I guess, travel some distance offshore, or they drift off there. I don't know which, and anecdotally, I've heard from whiting fishermen that they see them out there fairly often. So they don't go directly into the area, which is their nursery zone. Sardines is another one that goes offshore to spawn. the term dynamic habitat, basically, as I understand it, means not affixed to the bottom of the ocean, but hugely important to ecological functions such as food webs and spawning. My question, it was stated at a BOEM meeting about 6 or 8 months ago that, oh, no, I'm sorry, I did a follow-up. It was a second meeting. It was stated at BOEM meeting that there is research being conducted at an NREL lab on the effects of ocean wind energy to ocean hydrological and ecological systems from wind energy reductions downwind of the turbines, i.e. wind wakes, temperature and salinity changes, upwelling, etc. I was told that part of this came from my questions, or initial questions, and that they were still researching it, but there hadn't been any real breakthroughs or anything that's come out of it so far. And what I'd like to know is what progress is being made on this research, and can we talk directly to the people at the lab that are doing the research? Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Is this the Donna? The whole panel nodded. Hey, Donna.
Yes, can you hear me? I'm having a little connectivity issues, but can you hear me? Can someone give me a thumbs up or something?
Yep, we are coming through.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Mike, for that good question. And on the break, like I said, I'm not the meteorologist, but on the break, I know we have a lot of information and we have experts on the staff. And I wanted to address a little bit better about that ongoing modeling effort that many people have heard about. And so modeling oceanographic and upwelling response is very complex. And one of the key take-home messages from the study is that there are two different kinds of upwelling. There's coastal upwelling and curl-driven upwelling. And what has not been transmitted, I think, very accurately is that there is no net change in upwelling modeled from this study. So the 10 to 15% reduction, which has been mentioned before, was only to coastal upwelling. But there has been a response from what they call curling type upwelling offshore. So there's no net change in upwelling. The study did not actually measure what we call ecosystem response. That is, would there be a change in circulation or temperature or productivity? And that would be an ongoing aspect. And so how we would approach that is to look at the different changes in coastal versus curl-driven upwelling to see if there would be an ecosystem response. And it could very well be that there is an enhanced productivity because offshore upwelling might have an increase in productivity. And so that's really important for us to understand that the modeling efforts done so far are showing no net change in upwelling, just different proportions of two different kinds of upwelling. Then the second point that's really important is that the changes in the upwelling combines the wind and the ocean response rarely exceeds natural variability. Like, as you know, as everyone knows, living on the ocean, there can be beautiful calm days and then there can be gale force winds. And so the model only exceeded natural variability 1% of the time. Let me repeat that, 1% of the time did the variability from a proposed project exceed natural variability. So it's going to be very difficult to detect any changes from an offshore wind farm. And that is, like I said, an ongoing area of research, but I want to emphasize that this 10 to 15% change in one specific type of upwelling is offset by a different type of upwelling, and there's no net change. So, but I would encourage you to submit these questions and comments as part of our formal comment area, and we can follow up on that. And we can also post things on our website on the kinds of updates on our results and findings on our website that covers all different kinds of studies and the effect that any proposed project might have.
Thank you, Donna.
May I have a quick follow-up, please?
Yeah, Mike, real quick.
Okay, one thing is natural variability is not, you know, these turbines are going to probably be running most of the time. So this isn't natural variability, I don't think. So I believe there might be a logical disconnect there.
Right.
However, the second piece is that there's other hydrological function that's important to the ecosystem besides just upwelling. Salinity, temperature, transport systems that bring the larval sardines, for example, back to shore. That all plays into it. So it's more than just upwelling, but that's obviously very important too. So thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Donna. So it's 10 after 11. We've got Tim Novotny and Heather Mann online with the questions. And then we've got folks waiting to get into the formal public comment. Yelena, I know that you had some questions as well. Do you want to wait until after the formal public comment? So Tim Novotny, you want to, there you are. Introduce yourself and let us know who you're with. We see you.
Yes, thank you. Tim Novotny with the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission. Thank you for this time. Just 3 quick questions. One is a clarifying question related back to something that was mentioned earlier regarding the EMF studies on undersea cables. Just wanted to clarify or be clarified. In my opinion, they have been far from settled. Our issues with the undersea cables were heightened even more so with the study from the UK back last October. Even 3 years ago, NOAA had issues and relayed them to BOEM with those studies. I know BOEM is currently doing a study that has not, I think is going to be having a report released in October. So, and my question related to that is, if there are new studies that I have not been made aware of, I would request those to be sent to me. So, but to my knowledge, that has not been settled. The other questions that I had to do with the turbines themselves. In reading recently, I believe some stated that the turbines had to be switched out currently at about 20 years. And I don't know if that was addressing just the blades, or does the entire structure have to be replaced for all of the turbines on all of the wind farms? You know, is it just the blades, or the whole structures have to be replaced? And how much do we know? And again, I know, you know, we don't know until they say what kind of turbines and how big and so forth, but can you ballpark how much oil or lubricant per turbine is going to be out there on the water, and who would be monitoring that? Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Are these Donna questions? The first one? Okay, Donna.
Hi, thanks, Tim. Thanks for your questions. And if you want to email me later on and have further, or even discuss further aspects and subtleties of the EMF and crab relationship, it's an open door. I'd be happy to discuss that with you. I would like to point out that we have done some studies specific to Dungeness crab on this coast, where we partnered with fishermen, and we wanted to look at would an existing cable, in this case we used an AC cable, prevent or modify crab, and specific Dungeness crab, and then a couple other species of rock crab, prevent them from going into a trap. Like, would they cross a cable to get in a trap versus a trap with no cable? And we didn't find any detectable difference at all in crab behavior. As in any area of research, there's always more research can be done. But we think this is pretty solid evidence that we're using for impact analyses. And I do want to, I've heard a couple of people talk about this crab study from the UK that had mesmerized crabs, and we can discuss that further, but I just want to throw it out here for the public that I looked at that paper extensively. And the levels that they used were, I think it was like up to at least 1,000, maybe even 10,000 times greater than the levels that we would expect in an offshore wind farm. So I'm not sure if that's quite as relevant as people might expect. Remember, we're talking about very tiny amounts of shifts in magnetic field on the order of nano Tesla, which is about the order of the Earth's magnetic field. But I'd be happy to just discuss that further. And then I do want to mention something about our sister agency, BESI, who also has a research program, and they look at offshore infrastructure, and they have a research program, and they have 2 studies that I could send to you about the lubricating oil and what would happen if there was a lubricating oil spill. As you know, compared to other hydrocarbons, lubricating oil is basically inert biologically compared to these other types of spills. But that has been modeled, and there's some information if you'd like to look over it. I can send you those reports.
Thank you, Don. I would like to see those. And just a brief rebuttal on the study. The study you referred to on the cable, I did read that study. Even in that study itself, it said that more study would be needed in terms of how the cable interacted with the crab, and it did allow that the crab would go to the baited or to the baited trap, but it was a crab inside a cage where one trap was baited and one trap wasn't, and they set it on top of the cable, and they went to the and they had kind of starved the crab. As my recollection, they had starved the crab for 3 weeks, and then it went to the trap that had the food. So I'm not sure that answers our question as to whether the crab coming in a natural environment, not near any baited traps, are going to stop and wonder what the cable's going to do. So and that's all I'm asking is, can we get some sort of a similar study? And if you're saying the UK study was too elevated, well then try to mimic that with less elevated levels of EMF. But like we said, we can talk about that offline. But I would like to see the oil part as well. That'd be great. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll make sure that at some point our team gets your email, and I'll send those to you as soon as I can. So
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Tim. Heather Mann, you are our last online question answer person. So go ahead and unmute yourself. You can be on video if you like, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Jamie. I'm Heather Mann with the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I have 2 questions. My first question is for Doug as the decision maker in the region. Can you tell me the basic operations of how a whiting trawl vessel works and what the difference is between a whiting trawl vessel and a vessel that, say, trawls for pink shrimp?
Thanks, Heather. No, I will ask you that since you're the expert on that.
Well, I'm not going to take the time to describe how it works. The point is, I'm wondering how much BOEM really understands about fisheries and how they operate. My second question is around, we hear a lot from you guys about, well, we can't tell what the impacts will be until we have the plan from the people that are going to be issued the leases. But I kind of feel like, that's a little bit disingenuous in terms of there's 3 types of floating wind technology. That technology is going to have to be, those turbines will have to be tethered together somehow to collect the energy. It has to go to a substation, and then that energy has to go from the substation to shore. The state of Oregon has said 3 gigawatts. We know that that's more than 200 turbines. So, couldn't you do some basic upfront impacts using those, components to maybe put together like they do in every other federal agency decision-making process, where they have different options and what the impacts would be. I mean, why can't you do something up front beyond just say we can't do anything till the end? Because there are boundaries around what's available in terms of technology.
You know, you're right, Heather. And I think at the end of the day, you know, like I said before, you know, our process isn't perfect and we're definitely looking at ways to improve. You know, and I think, you know, really, you know, one of the things that BOEM is looking to do is, you know, because I think at the call area, you know, it's too big of an area. And maybe, you know, we reduce the conflicts, we find some areas that are appropriate for leasing. You know, BOEM is exploring the idea of, you know, doing a programmatic NEPA document after the lease sale when we have a lease, because we can make some assumptions on what could potentially be out there. You know, and I'll say that, you know, that's something that we're exploring. You know, we've heard the comment. You know, we've heard it from commercial fishers. We've heard it from, you know, environmental NGOs. And so it's something that, you know, like I opened up the meeting, you know, we have our process. It is not perfect. We are always looking at ways to improve. And, you know, that's one of the things that, you know, we're looking at potentially moving forward with in the future. So thanks, Heather.
And Doug, I think Donna wanted to add something to that. Is that right?
Yeah, just real quick. Heather, of course, thank you for your feedback and comments. And although we haven't done it on Oregon yet, I do want to mention that off California, because it's a little bit ahead in schedule of Oregon, we do have studies. It's not like we don't have anything. We have something that we call the scenario study, where we developed, after we identified an area, we've developed a variety of what we might call foreseeable scenarios, where we can estimate power production, potential environmental impacts, and so forth. And so when we try to field all the questions, when we get like a really specific question, like how many birds is the wind farm going to potentially impact, that's difficult for us to say because we don't have the details. But we've been doing lots of work for over a decade now to try to understand potential scenarios. So using the bird situation again, we've estimated vulnerability, we've mapped baseline information so that when we get specifics, we can make an assessment in a relatively efficient and time-sensitive way. So when we say we can't answer specific questions because we don't have a project, that doesn't mean that we haven't done, you know, like tens of millions of dollars of studies and preparations, understanding various scenarios to help us inform decision making. And we would expect that we would continue that effort offshore Oregon as well.
And I guess just as a quick follow-up to that, since you brought it up, in relation to birds, I mean, I don't know how you can prove that you won't have a project that does not kill 2 short-tailed albatross. If the fixed scare fleet kills 2 short-tailed albatross within 18 months, I think, it triggers an ESA consultation and the fishery closes. How can you say with certainty that that won't happen with or without a construction plan? You can't.
I'll just say briefly, we do ESA consultations with the Fish and Wildlife Service, and short-tailed albatross is one species that we discuss. So that consultation will be available to the public once it's completed. So.
Yeah, but you didn't answer the question. You can't guarantee that you won't kill 2 of them.
In science, there's like what you do is estimate risk, right? And so that's how the consultations are directed for us to follow. It's outlined in the law of the Endangered Species Act. So our consultations do follow the law of what's required. And just to assure that we are definitely looking at short-tailed albatross in that consultation.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Heather. We're going to go ahead and close the question and answer right now. Again, we're going to stay after the formal public comment for additional question and answer, but we want to move to the formal public comment because we've got folks who've signed up online and in the room, and we want to get to them. And so, Doug, was there anything you wanted to say to close the question and answer before we move to the formal public comment?
I will just say, thanks again to Yelena. I wanted to say I appreciate the effort that she's put into working with Whitney and the BOEM team to bring BOEM here today to, meet with everyone here in the community. And thanks for everyone for coming out. We do appreciate it. We don't mind coming out at all. And, I think we like the interaction with the public, making sure that we do get to the community. It does give us a better understanding of where things are at, and it's very important to us. And, at the end of the day, we are, looking for information. We have things out there, it's, in the feedback, it is taken seriously and we will take it into consideration. And I'll just reiterate one more time that, at the end of the day, when we get to the wind energy areas, we owe an answer of how, to show our work and show the logic of how we got from the coal area to the wind energy area. So it's very important that, there may not be 100% agreement that the wind energy areas we came up with were the correct ones, but there should be the logic and the knowledge as to how we got them. And hopefully people can understand that that's the decision that was made as we went forward. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Doug. So what's going to happen now is if you have a number in your hand, then we're going to be calling you up in the order of your numbers. And we'll ask you to come up to the table. There's a microphone. You don't have to turn it on. It's ready to go. Most people in the previous two meetings, their public comments were between 3 and 5 minutes. And so we ask that you stay within that. And that just helps us hear from everybody. And we've got 10 people in the room that have signed up and we have 4 people online. And so at about 11:45, I'm going to stop the folks in the room and go to the online because I know we have a couple people that need to leave at noon, and then we'll come right back to the in-room. Does that sound good? All right. So,
Well, and if I can make one quick statement, just I'll be in the very back.
oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Frank.
I'll be in the very back on the Oro Wind, the thing that Andy Lanier demonstrated. I'm happy to show you how to make a comment, but other folks have asked things about data sets and stuff. So if you're just curious, what about the bird data? I can show you how to get to it. What about the fish data? I can show you how to get to it. So I'll be there.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. And so, yeah, we've got laptop set up and maps, and you can work as quietly as you can in the back with Frank on those questions. Yeah, it's ready to go. You don't have to turn it on. So we ask that you state your name. We need you to spell your last name for Shalene, who is our court reporter. And if you are associated with a specific fishery, it's really helpful to know what that specific fishery is. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. And my name is David Brocksmith, DAVID-BROCK-SMITH. I'm the state representative for House District 1, which encompasses all of the Brookings Call area and a part of the Coos Bay Call area. There we go. And I want to first thank Elena and the Oregon Trawl Commission for helping organize and of course, BOEM for being here. Yesterday, we had the director in Coos Bay. And my understanding is this is kind of the first of its kind of having these public meetings with BOEM. And I appreciate the opportunity that you've given my constituents and the stakeholders on the Oregon coast to being here in person and listening to them, as well as extending the comment period from the normal 45-day to the 60-day comment period that has been my understanding the norm through these processes. I am a member of the Coastal Caucus that we, of course, have a letter to you that I assisted in drafting. And we did 6 listening sessions up and down the coast ourselves. That really, if you took the folks online, was well over 700 people. It's critically important also that there's points in that letter that I won't rehash, but the points that came from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in their letter to the piece of legislation that I drafted and passed in House Bill 3375 and 21, which was meant for the Oregon Department of Energy and of course the state of Oregon to engage in this process in a way that can be fruitful for stakeholders and looking at the benefits and challenges of offshore wind off of Oregon. And the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife letter has some pretty key points, and in part that there needs to be a look at the port infrastructure development and the impacts on the estuary ecosystems, transmission infrastructure and the spatial limitations for increased capacity, mooring and anchoring impacts on the seafloor and open water habitat, secondary entanglement of marine life and debris, conflicts with existing fishing management strategies and impacts on marine mammals. And importantly, the feasibility of installation greater than 1,300 meters. Fishery effects on the stocks, displacement and commercial recreational fisheries, and that economic analysis. Fish behavioral change due to the introduced structures and electromagnetic fields and acoustic effects that could have potential life stage development changes, as well as seabird interactions between those seabirds and the floating offshore wind and the Pacific Flyway. Marine mammals and the noise during construction or in operation. Listed species of sea turtles, birds, and other mammals for critical habitat. Ocean dynamics with regards to the wind wakes that the questions have come up here today, and hydrodynamics, as well as the environmental risk posed by the extreme events of the tsunamis and the Cascadia potential effects that we have here on the Oregon coast, subsea landslides that can occur with the active fault line that we have through your anchoring systems, as well as the, of course, monitoring and mitigation with the techniques and methods that are experimental now and need to be further developed. The other important thing, and for the Coastal Caucus, and especially for me, is the lease provisions and making sure that we have an opportunity to meaningfully engage in those lease provisions as we move forward. And lastly, the need to make sure that any Brookings Harbor or Coos Bay call areas, but especially down here in South County, any development and implementation and deployment of any turbines in that Brookings call area off of the Oregon's territorial sea, that energy must come to Curry County and to these citizens here. Again, we are at the end of a very long extension cord, and it's critically important to have the redundancy and the resiliency if we're going to take the hit, so to speak, of the deployment of those turbines. It's critically important that we have the benefit of the energy of those turbines, and then the opportunities for any and all economic development that could or will occur with maintenance and construction within the area of Oregon, and to maximize those benefits to the fullest extent possible. With that, I look forward to hearing my constituents and their comments. But in closing, we've had over 700 folks engage. It's been some of the most meaningful engagement I have ever witnessed in my nearly 20 years of public service. Alignment from environmental organizations and those from the fishing community that really are speaking with one voice, that there's a lot of data sets, there's a lot of environmental questions, and there's a lot of impacts that don't have answers yet, and that they would really like to see the process slow down a little bit to make sure that those answers can be given in their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Brocksmith. That was about 5 minutes. So that gives you an idea of how long 5 minutes is. Next up is Leonard King. Again, come on up and state your name, affiliation, a fishery, if you're associated with one, and spell your last name.
Krug. Hi. Leonard Krug,
Krug. And like David, unlike David, I titled this testimonial I wrote, I titled it 8 Reasons to Defer Oregon's Offshore Wind Energy Project, but it could have been 800, so I'm going to spare you the other 700 or so. My name is Leonard Krug. I live in Brookings, and I'm the president of the Oregon Anglers Alliance. The Oregon Anglers Alliance is a 501c3 environmental education organization with over 65,000 members. It's the largest angling advocacy group in Oregon. It is comprised of commercial, tribal, and recreational anglers, seafood processors, and related angling businesses. And we have some valid concerns regarding Oregon's proposed offshore wind project. Number one, the Oregon Hatchery Research Center has studies that demonstrate that metals may restrict our salmon's homing ability. If you throw a piece of iron in a tank of salmon, they will change the direction that they are facing according to the placement of the metal. And if you add a component with dissimilar metals, like a conventional power conductor, it will disorient them so they cannot find a common direction. I guess these studies are much like the ones that were referred to earlier. They're not, they're just that, they're studies, but it shows that there's a lot of risk there. So we're going to put thousands of miles of cable and steel into the ocean, which alone will create enough of a current for our salmon to likely become completely disoriented, but will also connect a current to it and create one giant electromagnetic force field. This may cause the crash of much of North America's salmon, not to mention all of our other precious marine life, such as our migratory pelagic species, our whales' echolocation ability, and more. Reason number 2, this type of project is unique and has never been done before. Oregon is an experiment. People are asking, why don't we put in a prototype for a test period and see if it may work? This 2,000 plus square mile project is a test project. History has shown us that once the initial phase of the wind farm is completed, that there'll be a phase 2, phase 3, and so on. People have no idea of the potential magnitude of this endeavor. Number 3, let's talk about risk reward. These windmills will produce about 3 gigawatts of power annually. The state of California will likely be the high bidder for this green energy, as their power demand right now is fast outpacing their ability to purchase power, especially since they've moved away from much of their traditional power contracts from the national grid, such as coal, hydro, and gas. So 3 gigawatts, that sounds like a lot, doesn't it? 1,000 megawatts equals 1 gigawatt. No, that really doesn't make much sense to people. But to put that in a different perspective, the current annual demand for electricity in California is 190,913 gigawatts. It's almost 200,000 gigawatts. The risk is huge and the reward is negligible. The national grid will end up with a tiny sliver of green energy to sell on the open market. Oregon's reward, however, will likely be zero, and Oregon's loss will likely be great. Number 4, there's no environmental impact statement required. Washington, D.C. has given the order to circumvent all environmental protocol and get this green energy online now. The only thing that's green about this energy are the unfathomable amounts of green money that are available. Number 5, Rhode Island and Virginia, the other 2 wind farms in the United States, have had a feed-in tariff clause incorporated by their states that allows for the state's electrical ratepayers to assume much of the financial liability to investors. Number 6, Oregon taxpayers are expected to pay for any onshore infrastructure improvement costs related to the project. Number 7, we have one of the richest, most pristine environments here on the earth. This is why we live here. This is Oregon. But Oregon is about to help unleash what will likely be the largest destruction of habitat, the biggest detriment to an ecosystem and its creatures to ever hit our state. This will not only cost everyone in this room quality of life, but will cost us money through taxation. And number 8, according to the U.S. Department of Energy, green energy is 10 times costlier to produce than traditional power and much less reliable. There are way too many unanswered questions. There are many reasons to defer this project and few reasons to move it forward right now. And finally, I'd just like to say, come November, please vote for the candidates that share your values and ideals. And the choices are few, so it's fairly simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Number 3 is Joseph J. And again, just state your name, spell your last name. If you're associated with a specific fishery, let us know what that is.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Janowicz. That's JOSEPH I'm a resident of Gold Beach and a local fisherman, and I'm a member of the Curry Anadromous Fishermen. We run the Indian Creek Hatchery here in Gold Beach, and we raise about 90,000 Chinook salmon yearly and release them into the Rogue River. Floating offshore wind is a new technology with lots of unknowns and risks to the marine environment, endangered wildlife, sustainable fisheries, and to our coastal communities that depend on fisheries and tourism. Given the extremely high fishery values generated from the proposed call areas, the productivity of the California current system, and the potential impacts to marine species, I'm concerned that the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management process is moving too fast with the current rush to privatize and industrialize the Pacific Ocean. I urge the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to complete a programmatic environmental impact analysis, or PEIS, of the proposed areas, which must be completed prior to auctioning off any leases. The environmental impact analysis should include an analysis of the cumulative impacts from other offshore wind turbine farms in bordering states and of impacts of bringing the energy to shore. An analysis of social and economic impacts to current ocean stakeholders and coastal communities should also be included. There's a lot of talk about new jobs with floating wind energy, but basically there are already a lot of fishery jobs in our communities that have the potential to be lost or displaced. I urge BOEM to also investigate the trade-offs of developing floating offshore wind versus expanding other renewable energy development onshore. The analysis should include the cost to develop and/or expand renewable energy sources and a comparison of the cost of the renewable energy to consumers and the time to get projects implemented and operational. I also urge BOEM to develop a small demonstration project beforehand to test the technology before constructing large industrial turbine farms. This is practical because floating energy, wind energy, has not yet been installed anywhere in the United States or anywhere in the world under the same conditions as the Pacific Ocean off our west coast. Putting these call areas out for auction prior to doing adequate economic, environmental, operational, and socioeconomic studies of the impacted areas is a formula for discontent, conflict, and economic failure. I feel the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is putting the cart before the horse, and I am against the construction of these wind farms. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Next up is Dan Fraser, number 4. And again, don't forget to spell your last name for Shalene. Thank you.
My name is Dan Fraser. Last name is Fraser. I sit before you today as not only as a commercial fisherman of the salmon and albacore, but also as a board member for the Harbor Water People's Utility District in Brookings, Oregon. I have major concerns with this proposed call area. Citing the Helmholtz-Zentrum report from the North Sea from 2013, we're talking one of ocean stratification, or the heating of the ocean temperatures on the surface, which will impact algae blooms, which in turn will also impact our Dungeness crab fleet. Crabs spawn and float with the currents, quite often on the surface. Many species, Pacific whiting, salmon, snapper, whatever we have here will feed on that spawn. Eventually, those crabs will settle on the ocean and drift with the currents. Those currents, again, with the algae bloom, will lead to domoic acid, which will shut down our crab fisheries. Crab fisheries on the Oregon coast is one of the largest money-producing industries that we have. In regards to the wind turbines and the impacts that it will be felt, 70 kilometers or 42 miles downwind changes weather patterns. Someone in the audience today came to me and showed me a study that's been done out of Delaware, where I took a few moments to find on my phone and read, talks about changing weather patterns. It will change, according to that study, the amount of rainfall behind those wind turbines. Currently, harbor water every year for the last 6 years, and hopefully it doesn't happen this year, which would make 7 years, experiences salinity in the months of August and September, and maybe even October, because of high tides and low flows in the Chetco River. We decrease our rainfall or snowpack in our hills, we will experience larger, longer salinity issues. We cannot afford this. There's been words and comments about the electromagnetic fields that these may generate. As a Dungeness crab fisherman in my youth, we learned that any metal object, a crab pot in the water with the currents will generate electricity, and crabs will not enter that. You have to zinc your pots before the rebar, as we use for the weight bars, starts to eat. If it's just like you get electric shock from static electricity. Crabs get the same thing. They will not enter that pot. So you cannot tell me with all your science that these cables will not impact crab movement upon the ocean. Same thing with salmon. If you have too much current on your trolling wire, when you're trolling in the water, salmon will not bite your hook. Or if you have too less, they will not come, they're not attracted to your boat. Therefore, again, your studies are flawed. And speaking of studies, you use AIS and VMS for tracking purposes. My boat, which is only 30 feet, is not required to have a VMS because I don't participate in ground fisheries. And secondly, it's not required on any vessels for AIS under 65 feet by current Coast Guard regulations. So your data is skewed as to where anybody fishes for salmon or tuna, because it's not required for those industries. So you don't have an accurate pattern, and I don't have to train logbooks either for salmon fishery. So you don't have an accurate accounting of where we fish. You stated earlier today that these would be placed in 410 feet or deeper water. I was trolling just Wednesday with 68 fathoms of wire, 410 feet of water. I would be impacted by that. I don't have the option of being able to, they don't show up, at this point, I don't believe that those anchoring systems will show up on my sonar. Outside of me, when I was trolling Wednesday, was the Pacific whiting fleet that I could locate by the marine traffic website. And there was 2 processors and 1 local vessel called the Miss Sarah fishing outside of me for whiting. Your rush to get to an offshore wind energy, while it may be admirable in looking for alternative sources to reduce the quote, quote, carbon footprint of our species upon this planet, needs to slow down. You are rushing too quick. And with the current directive that we have from our legislatures, our governing bodies, they need to stop and look closer. It is not a viable option. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And there was we're going to move to a couple people online and then come back to folks in the room for the formal public comment. There was a question about, you'll notice that Whitney and Doug are listening during the formal public comment time. They're in a listening mode, and everything that you say is recorded by Shalene, and it is uploaded to regulations.gov, which is the formal public record for the public comments. And then BOEM, and Whitney helped me with this part, from what I understand, at the end of all of the public comment time, then BOEM looks at all of the public comments and makes a response based on that. Is that right?
So all of the public comment in terms of anything that's written or verbally is uploaded to regulations.gov and is available for viewing. It's also what we'll be using for our analysis. I think that second piece is what we're hearing is that folks want to hear a response to comments, and we want to be responsive to that and figure out a way to do that. That it's not a requirement, but we'd like to be able to do that in some way. I just don't know which document that would be yet.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So Lori Steele, you are online and you're welcome to make your public comment now. You can turn your video on if you like, but we need you to unmute and state your name and spell your last name. And by the way, folks have been doing a good job of staying under 5 minutes, and that's just really helpful. Hi, Lori.
Okay. Hi.
We can
Thank
see you.
you.
Yep.
Hi. My name is Lori Steele. I will be brief. I'm the executive director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. My last name is Steele. And we represent shoreside processing companies all along the West Coast, including all of the major companies on the South Port, in Newport, Charleston, Coos Bay, and Brookings. We participate in all fisheries that are prosecuted along the West Coast, and we process fish from both state and federal fisheries. We're headquartered in Astoria on the North Coast, but I'm here to emphasize that although the call areas are located off of Southern Oregon, offshore wind development in these particular areas will affect our entire fishing fleet and will significantly impact all of our shoreside processors, our fishery infrastructure, our fishing communities, and working waterfronts. These two call areas in particular have the potential to dramatically change our coastal landscape, even up here in Astoria, and this goes way beyond fisheries. If I'm speaking today just about those two call areas, I'll just say that they're the wrong areas. Developing these two areas for offshore wind will simply confirm that BOEM is not listening to its stakeholders. I think you've heard loud and clear that these two areas are inappropriate for offshore wind development. As a fishing industry and seafood processors, we provide jobs in rural coastal communities, and we've done so on the West Coast for over 100 years. The security of our fishing communities is threatened by development in these two call areas, and our food security is threatened by offshore wind development. The fishing industry and seafood industry provide sustainable, healthy protein with the lowest carbon footprint than any other protein source. This is not being accounted for in BOEM's process. We are already doing our part to address the climate crisis. We are feeding the world and ensuring sustainability with our food production. We are essential workers and we cannot be displaced. Processors are not mobile, and we cannot afford to lose our fishermen. Charging forward with offshore wind development in these two call areas is irresponsible and short-sighted. Oregon has a rich, long history in fisheries, conservation, and environmental stewardship. The state of Oregon has more at stake than most states when it comes to offshore wind development. And when we move forward, we need to make sure that our coastal communities thrive. The fishing and seafood industry has to play a large role in that. So I guess what I'm asking today, and what my comment really focuses on is asking that BOEM listen to what they've heard, listen to our local and state governments, and listen to our fishing communities and ocean users. I echo all of the recommendations from the letters submitted by Oregon's Coastal Caucus, as well as the letters and resolutions by a number of our local governments. The Port of Newport, the City of Newport has formally expressed concerns. I was in the Port of Astoria meeting earlier this week. The Port of Astoria Commission will be likely sending a letter before June 28th. The City of Warrenton will be likely sending a letter before June 28th. So I support the recommendations of our local and state governments. The process must be slowed down. Things need to be evaluated, and we need to make sure that we have the best available data to conduct comprehensive environmental and economic impact analysis. These areas cannot be leased and developed for offshore wind until the risks to seabirds, fisheries, endangered species, marine mammals, and the environment can be fully evaluated and understood. The call areas, or any call areas that are selected for consideration, need to be further offshore. We have repeatedly asked for this. We would like BOEM to make a concerted effort to minimize conflicts with the fishery and reduce environmental impacts. The current call areas do not reflect our request. Given the timelines that BOEM claims that this development will take, there is certainly time to consider development in deeper waters and develop appropriate technology. Please consider doing a pilot project. Try this out somewhere first before leasing off huge swaths of the Pacific Ocean for offshore wind development that has a number of unknown risks and unknown impacts. The industry, environmentalists, Oregonians, local governments, and state governments are asking you to slow down, consider impacts before leasing and doing a test project. Please listen and please respond. If you are going to, in fact, engage in a meaningful way, then you need to listen to the input you've received. And if so, you will not develop these two areas for offshore wind. You will take a step back and go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. So we're going to come back in the room with public comment, and the next up is number 5, David Barnes. Again, state your name and spell your last name for Shalene.
Morning, my name is David Barnes. It's Barnes. I'm the Curry County Treasurer. I was listening to this earlier, and I don't have a prepared statement to make, but there's no benefit to Curry County in this from what I'm hearing. All we have is risk here for us. We're an economically depressed community. Years ago, we were doing much better when we were getting federal PILT money for our forest land out here. 13 miles east of here, pretty much everything in the rest of Curry County is forest land. It sequesters way more carbon than Curry County produces. So we are already benefiting the environment by being green. I listened to Mr. Boren before mention that in California, there's a 20% set aside off of lease payments that goes back to community development. What it sounds like is that money is being put back, is being given as a bonus back to the leasers to hire people and to develop their own businesses within the county. This year, we faced almost a $6 million budget shortfall in Curry County. I would like to see money come back into the communities itself, where the communities decide what the money gets spent on. We, 20%, if we were to get 20% and of the money that comes in from leases and be able to spread that money out between the counties and the coastal cities, the ports and everybody else, it would have a huge impact on Curry County and our ability to both govern ourselves and to become and be sustainable again. We're not having that right now. So I guess my public comment is that I would hope you would please consider the economic impacts that this is going to have. We have a $700 million fishery in the state of Oregon. And to put that at risk is just not acceptable to me or to anybody else in this room. Again, I'm county treasurer. My concern is with dollars and cents. And I would like to see the county be able to benefit some from this. You know, as it stands now, we get no benefit. We take a lot of risk. And I would just like to see us be able to get something out of this. And that's pretty much all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is number 6, Tammy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you. Hopefully I can read my notes. I took them while I was. Yeah, my name is Tammy Kaufman, T-A-M-I-E, Kaufman, K-A-U-F-M-A-N. I am the mayor of Gold Beach. And I wanted to thank the Bureau of Energy Management for coming today to Gold Beach for this information session. And I wanted to thank Yelena and the Oregon Trawl Commission for organizing this important forum. I think without you, we may not have had this, so I appreciate it. Please note that the call area is officially listed as the Brookings Call Area. However, when you look at the map, which takes a while to drill down to, it goes to the Rogue Reef. The Rogue Reef is off the coast of Gold Beach. Most Gold Beach citizens didn't even know that we were in the call area until we finally realized that the call area was mislabeled. We just had a question and answer period, and off the record that the most common answer officially was, we don't know. In addition, the median age of Curry County is 55. The majority of our community is not likely to be able to drill down on a website and view a map, know what the call area is, and be able to give back feedback, because at first blush, Brookings is not Gold Beach. Public outreach is very much appreciated, but I don't believe it was clear enough and provided enough facts for the average citizen to provide feedback. And I believe that we can all agree that the coastline in question for the call area is a natural beauty and currently undisturbed. This project would end that nature forever. Our small piece of preserved coast would be destroyed, and for what is presented as a wind energy experiment with 250 or so turbines over hundreds of square miles. And I wanted to emphasize that it sounds like it's an experiment. There is no real data being presented. The majority of the questions cannot be answered, yet we were asked to give you specific feedback while we lack the specific information from BOEM. It's not a representative government when actual facts are not provided to get input upon. I therefore respectfully request extending the public comment period for at least another 90 days. In addition, I would like you to obtain the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security's official written response to the concept of leasing in this call area. After we receive that information, another 90-day public response would be appreciated. Specifically, we are not in an area of military presence. We have no areas where domestic or foreign terrorism would be of interest. However, adding these turbines, we are all of a sudden a target. Are we going to be protected? Will those areas become areas that people cannot travel because of the Department of Homeland Security being worried about somebody driving through a turbine with their ship? The answer earlier was no, there won't be any restrictions, but I don't think we actually know that until the agencies that regulate that tell us that. I would also like to ask that you study the impacts on tourism. In addition to fishing and logging, tourism is our largest income source and revenue. Tourism is predominantly because of our natural beauty and our beaches. If we have power lines all over the beach, it's not going to be very pretty. I would also like to ask that you study the impact on the food availability for both people and the food chain, which I believe was already asked by Ms. Steele. And I'd like to have a study on the local economy, which I believe Treasurer Barnes has already requested. I would also like you to please provide local assurances for our community in writing, backed up with budgets, that the garbage created by these projects will be handled safely and responsibly. Our land-based garbage is transferred all the way over to Medford because we have nowhere to put it here. It's very expensive to deal with our garbage. It's also not very environmentally friendly. Please, before you approve the call area, ensure how and where the power will enter the land and obtain public input where it's coming in. And if BOEM cannot provide us with guarantees, I would just prefer you remove us from the call. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you coming, and I know these public forums are not the easiest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up is number 7, Mark, or okay.
Mark St. James, ST space JAMES. I am from Harbor, Oregon area. I echo all previous 7 speakers. The ocean, I have some specifics. You guys are all from BOEM is from basically California. You have Santa Cruz area where farmland was paid off, and in Pacheco area, wind farms was put there before adequate research. Those are shut down and they're still standing because the eagle population went down. You got the Livermore area with hundreds of windmills there for years. They're way smaller than the proposed ones going on our coast. I've seen some of these blades in South America. They're so large that they take 2 diesel flatbeds to transport 1 blade. And these blades that are proposed to be off our coast are going to be even bigger. And when we talk about our aviary migrations, our underwater migrations, and again, the risks are far outweighing our beautiful coastline and our tourism, our fisheries. You got a proposal that was shut down on the East Coast, Cape Cod area, which was shut down real quick. How did they do that? It's back to Oregon, Southern Oregon, an experimental area, because we have less population to fight this, maybe? The coastal saltwaters are another thing. Us recreational fishermen and commercial fishermen know that even stainless steel isn't impermeable to the saltwaters. How long is the viability of these $1 million proposed turbines going to last in our saltwaters? Even gaskets can't keep out the saltwaters of the turbines. These turbines are barely maintained in the Livermore area. They're always breaking down. How are they going to do it in the oceans after they're built? These huge costs. The recyclability was brought back up. These blades are made out of toxins already. The saltwaters are going to be breaking down these toxins going into our ocean fisheries. We already have a lot of toxins going in there. We got toxins coming down from Fukushima still. And this is just going to add to it. The risks of these farms these water farms far outweigh the land farms that are already present in California and other states. And we were talking about Department of Defense. These future generators being built are going to be huge. Our generators on the Bonneville Dam were made in China. Where are these generators going to be made? They're going to be farmed out to China, and it's going to come down to the Department of Defense. They're going to have chips in them. These generators are going to have chips in them. They're going to be hackable. When it comes down to our defense, how are we going to be assured that these generators are not going to be hacked, that these substations are not going to be hacked? These are major questions that you guys have not even addressed, the hackability of the generators and the substations. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Elena, for bringing us together.
Thank you, Mark. Next up is number 8, Lex.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Lex Rowe. Thank you for being here. And
Hey, Lex, you guys spell your last name.
RAU.
Thanks.
My nickname is Lex. Lowell is my given name. So Lowell RAU. And so I've been a biologist, professional biologist, entomologist, marine biologist for 40 years. And I have many grave concerns about this project. One, I'll start with one. One is any projects that I saw done in California, where I came from, an EIR, environmental review process, was always done. And I don't see that happening here. This is backwards. There's a process proposed after the contract is bid. I have a real concern about that. So it really puts, there's a lot of financial pressure there to approve it. I don't like that. Cables transmitting electricity underwater. I know that from a lot of studies, I've studied a lot. I was a marine biologist at University of California for 10 years. I know that underwater electricity affects animals, and it's very small currents, very small levels in whales, on the level of currents that are detected in the earth, not what might be done in a contrived experiments like the 2 crab cages that you mentioned. That's shameful. I can't believe that somebody proposed a project like that. Whales, fishes, I think salmon, other fishes or birds are very sensitive to environmental changes. They are. That's been studied. These are known facts. I don't have to document that. Siltation from movement of those underground cables, they will move. They will be moving. And the siltation in the water will cause turbidity in the water. Turbidity in the water causes less light moving through the water. I mean, less energy reflected back out of the water. Goes in, doesn't come out. They'll call warming of the waters. If you don't believe that, check. There's many studies about that. Look at the situation with greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. That will increase temperature. Fish are very sensitive to temperature changes. They don't like it. 1 degree change, they'll leave. And if you don't believe that, check the studies. They do. They won't stick around. So the impact, I think, to our fisheries, sport and commercial is going to be very destructive. I mean, like, it may take them to none. Do I want that in our community? I enjoy sport fishing. I bought a beautiful home on the coast in Brookings because it was very beautiful to look out there. It wasn't obstructed with 1,000-foot colossal windmills, 250. That, just imagine that. That's terrible. Let's see. If you look at, I work for CDC. I work for State Health Department. They're in a lot of different areas, a lot of different studies. If you look at our forests, in Oregon here, we know about forests that have been forest management. If you take away of a very large area, you take away a half of the trees, you will destroy 3/4. No, I think you could take away a quarter of it. You will destroy 3/4 of the wildlife. Just imagine that on a different scale. The birds are not sensitive to 1 degree temperature change as fish are. The impact is going to be, it looks to me like it's going to be very destructive to our fisheries that are going to be gone. That'll be our cost for having wind farms that we don't know if they will be economically feasible. I've looked at the cost of solar panels, huge solar panels, and wind farms. Huge solar panels are much less expensive, not out in the ocean, much more reliable. There's nothing going for building these huge solar things. It seems like a pipe dream. And then when they break, and then the huge cost, all the costs come back to you and me as a taxpayer. If the project doesn't work, we pay. We pay anyway. If it's not financially feasible, we pay. So I'm very opposed to this poorly thought out project. I know that some people really would like to see it happen. I think it's like the latest, greatest thought. Oh boy, let's do this. Let's not do this. Let's give it a lot more study, do all the studies first, find and solve the problems first. I think maybe we'll look more towards solar panels, even nuclear power makes more sense.
Hey, Lex, you're up about 6 minutes.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for listening.
thank you.
Please, let's either not do this project or postpone it until we've resolved these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Lex. We have, just for our panel, just so you know where we are, we have 1, 2, 3, we've got 4 more in the room and 2 online. So the next up is number 9, Bruce. Maybe Bruce has left. Number 10, Wendy. And just a reminder, Wendy, to spell your last name.
Hi, my name is Wendy Tomko.
Oh, and use the mic, Wendy.
Hi, my name is Wendy Tomko, Tomko. My first understanding that I have just learned from listening to people speak, I did come late, is that the environmental impact study has been waived until after the completion of the project. I find that very disheartening and concerning. Other administrations have tried to do that and failed, been circumvented by the courts. If an environmental impact study is good enough for pipelines, important enough for fossil fuel development, then it is also good enough for clean energy development. Just because you can bypass the environmental study does not mean you should. And so I think if the company wants to build some good faith with the communities, it would be pleasant and nice, well-received for you to slow the project and do the appropriate and proper environmental study. In addition to that, I'll bring up some topics that I asked about, is the recyclability of these wind farms, because I want it on the public record. The simple fact is it cannot be recycled at this time. The technology does not exist. I appreciate that you are working hard in your field of expertise to resolve that situation. However, until it's resolved, the risk versus gain of farms such as this is a very high risk with very little benefit. Whether the failures of this equipment happens in 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years and replacements is needed, it's going to happen in my lifetime. And the impact on the environment is going to be great. At the very same time that the product we're going to receive, the energy produced, remains significantly less than fossil fuels. So I am not convinced that we are doing more for the environment at this time by building such a large farm where the equipment cannot be recycled. Finally, I understand that you are generating many models for many things. And I appreciate the hard work and effort that goes in and the money that goes into these studies. I understand that humanity as a whole, and certainly your company, is doing the best that they can with all of it. But the reality is the environment is a very large force of nature, and humanity's ability to understand and comprehend every outcome and potential outcome simply is limited. So these models are the best that we can produce at this time. They are more likely than not to prove inaccurate over the course of 30 years. They will evolve, things will change. And again, the risk versus gain over the next 30 to 40 to 50 years is mitigated because the risk goes up. We don't actually know the impact, and the gain remains minimal to what we can get from a nuclear power plant that has come out. The technology simply supports other forms of clean energy. I've said it before, wind and solar has a place and I support it, but it is supplemental. And before you change the habitat, the view, the scenery, and the entire ecology of the South Coast that is Oregon, I think more research and development is necessary. I also want to point out that there is a big divide in our country about trusting the government and trusting politics and trusting big business. I personally support the research and development of clean energy. I think it's important and I think we need it. But I was told today that the reason the farm stops before Newport was simply because there wasn't enough wind. I was told this by Mr. Boyce. I believe this to be the quick and easy answer and not a more correct answer. I think it's a quick and easy and not the more accurate, evolved, and complicated answer. The committee has explained the slight difference between inshore and offshore winds. And I have gone to NOAA on more than one occasion and pulled up wind data spanning back years as I plan my own recreational fishing trips along the East Coast, the Gulf Coast, and the West Coast. I find it hard to believe that the offshore wind is not available in northern parts of Oregon. There may be legitimate reasons for not putting the wind farm there, and perhaps my limited understanding of the wind is inaccurate. But I question the quick and easy answer of the wind's simply not there without anything to back it up. That causes me to question the accuracy of what we're getting in this presentation today and what even some of our more local elected officials are selling to us, especially considering that Mr. Boyce has left the room and has not stayed to hear public comments. I would like to know why these wind farms aren't going north, even if the answer is unpleasant for anybody. I would like to know why it's cheaper to put a wind farm here that is going to supplement energy outside of my community as opposed to putting it offshore of that community. Wouldn't it cost more in having to build the infrastructure to put a wind farm here that's going to go to California or going to go to Oregon or Northern Oregon, say Portland? Why aren't we putting the wind farms there? Certainly, there's got to be a cost effectiveness in doing that. And I doubt seriously, because we cannot recycle it and because of the minimum amount of energy produced, and because we are circumventing the environmental impact, that the gain of this wind farm will benefit the world. I don't think we're going to see enough clean energy improvement to mitigate the risks to the environment in all sorts of ways in building this farm here. But I do support government and my taxpayer money going to the continued research and development. I do not support it coming to the rural communities because the hope is we won't hire a lawyer and fight back. And I am going to encourage anybody listening to this that these communities need a leader and a lawyer, and we need to question the validity of something this big going on our offshore communities without the federally funded and demanded or policy driven environmental impact study that have had to have been and supported for any and all fossil fuels development, including nuclear power, fracking. Natural gas is probably more capable of providing clean energy at this point, given our technology, than the solar farm they're putting in. And I could be wrong on that. I'm not an expert, but somebody would need to explain to me why this is better for the environment than other forms of energy at this point, and why it is okay to forget and bypass an environmental impact study.
Hey,
Thank you for your time.
perfect, Wendy. You're just coming up to say you're up to 6 minutes. Thank you. Thanks, Wendy. Next up, we have Colin, number 11.
My name's Colin Roberts, Roberts. I own and operate a fishing vessel out of Brookings. And I longline ground fish right there where your little box is drawn on the south coast. I mostly operate between 600 and 2,000 feet of water between Crescent City and Gold Beach. And if you put windmills there, you'll put me out of business. That's the simplest way to say it. So that being said, as a secondary concern, I also fish Dungeness crab. And over the last few years, we've had a pretty big battle and have made a lot of adjustments to our fisheries to avoid whale interactions. And I have a lot of concern that putting those windmills there is going to reroute some of the whale traffic near shore into our fishery area and causes bigger issues in the future. So that's something else that I don't think has been considered. And then also, I spend a lot of time out there in that little area, and there's a heavy population of albatross and a lot of other seabirds, but albatross is a pretty, they're not a very good flying bird. They're pretty big and clumsy, and I think they're gonna have a hard time working around windmills. So that's the simple part of what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Next up is Jeff Sheldon, number 13.
Like you said, Jeff Sheldon, Sheldon. I'm not an expert. I'm not a fisherman. I'm a taxpayer. I came to this county 3 years ago. My wife and I worked real hard to earn enough money to buy a house on the coast. It's a little 2-bedroom house, but it has an ocean view. And I think something nobody has addressed here yet is that this project is going to decimate property values. Decimate it. And in conjunction with that, people are going to petition the county that's already struggling to reduce their property taxes. So that's going to decimate the county that's already struggling. I don't think anybody here has an answer for that, or the BOEM people won't, but it's a fact of life and it's going to happen. This project goes through. Something that everybody out there should be thinking about. So we've got the fisheries endangered, and now property taxes are going to go down, and people's homes values are going to be decimated.
Thank you, Jeff. Number 14 is Yelena.
For the record, my name is Yelena Novak, Yelena Nowak. I'm the executive director of the Oregon Chalk Commission. As I mentioned earlier today, we are one of the state commodity commissions in Oregon, industry funded, and we were established in 1963 to support our trawl industry. Our fisheries include Oregon pink shrimp, shore-based whiting, and bottom trawl groundfish delivered to the Oregon shore-based processors. Oregon Chalk Commission will be submitting the written public comment before June 28th. Today, I would like to summarize what Dan Waldeck summed up on Wednesday after the meeting. And his comments very much apply to what we heard today. We have heard BOEM state today that they don't know the economic impacts from fishery displacement, nor the downstream effects on coastal communities. BOEM doesn't know the environmental impacts to fish stocks, protected resources, nor the California current ecosystem. BOEM doesn't know how critical fisheries research will be disrupted or lost. BOEM doesn't know how offshore wind arrays will affect safety and life at sea. BOEM doesn't know where the power will go, nor what it will cost consumers. Under all of that uncertainty, BOEM has not said that they will slow down to provide time to collect the necessary data and analyze these impacts. It appears the process will move forward solely under BOEM's discretion. What concerns all of us is that BOEM is not mandated to avoid and minimize these impacts, nor are they required to account for them. That is, to clearly explain their decision-making process. BOEM is only required to consider, to think about. Given the enormity of what is at stake, that is not enough. One additional thing I would like to bring up, we keep hearing a lot about jobs and economic benefits. That's one of the, I believe we have a wind developer online, and I really hope that they are still online to hear this. Whether the information comes from the proponents of offshore wind or some of the decision makers. Basically, the jobs are one of the very important items on political agenda, and also the cost of the energy. I guess there is a reason why Department of Energy specifies as one of the top priorities for offshore wind development is costs, minimizing, reducing the costs. In Wind Europe, produced by Recharge, I suppose it's an official show. This is the document from 2019, and I have a few copies and would be more than happy to offer the link. On page 4, the article is titled Ørsted, quote, "You can't have it both ways on price and local benefits." And I will just read a little excerpt. Christina Abo, head of research and development at the Danish offshore wind giant Ørsted, said expansion into new global markets is creating the need for frank discussions with policymakers keen to secure high-profile benefits, while at the same time insisting on rock-bottom electricity prices. As we step into new markets, we see requirements on local content, harbors, and job creation. Developers like Ørsted are having to ask politicians whether they want the cheapest possible offshore wind or to prioritize other spin-off benefits such as job creation, she explained. Right now, we want both, but honestly, as an industry, we are stepping up and saying simply, guys, you can't have it. Abo said, adding that to accommodate all the extra requirements would be adding cost, potentially decreasing quality and increasing project risk, but not reducing the price of energy. And one additional document that I did not happen to bring with me from that desk to this one, but also would be happy to offer copies and links, is the joint letter dated earlier this year, 2022. The letter was submitted by a group of offshore wind developers in Europe to the president of the European Commission, basically stating that the Green Deal in Europe is at risk because the jobs should stay in Europe, yet they go overseas. They can't keep up with that themselves. How can those companies, many of them are from Europe, who are right now some of the key players, how can they promise our communities that the jobs will be here, delivered here, when they can't keep their own jobs in Europe? Thank you.
Thanks, Yelena. That concludes everybody who signed up in the room. We've got 2 online. The first one is Carrie Silva. So Carrie, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, you can be on video if you'd like, and just state your name, fishery that you're associated with, and spell your last name.
Okay, before I do, I was just curious, a question to Whitney. When will the public comments be available on the register from all these meetings? I know there'll be some time, but I was just curious on when that date would be.
That's a good
Is that
question.
okay for me to ask?
I don't know the answer to. The ones that are submitted in writing, it's almost like a week or so lag. But for those, there's a fair amount of that each one of these comments have to be uploaded separately and so on. So I think it may be a couple of weeks.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay, thank you. My name is Carrie Silva, S-I-L-V-A. First name, I should get that spelled right, K-A-R-I-E. I'm with Jeanette Marie, and we do bottom fish, pink shrimp, and Dungeness crab. I'm urging BOEM to extend the public comment period out to at least 60 days or more, so that the community members and fishermen have enough time to learn how to use the Orwin wind maps, so they are able to give adequate comments for such an important issue as this, having call areas off the Oregon coast that will potentially be leased to an offshore wind developer. I strongly urge BOEM to slow down the process and have a comprehensive environmental impact study done, have it analyzed properly before this goes any further. Thank you. Short and sweet.
That was. Thank you, Carrie.
Yeah, not like yesterday. Thank you.
The next step and our last public comment online is Mike Okanowski. Mike, go ahead and unmute yourself. You can be on video if you like, and please spell your last name.
Well, thank you. Last name, I'll skip the video because of connection issues. Okonieski, O-K-O-N-I-E-W-S-K-I. And I have 2 parts what I'm going to test or comment on. First off, I'll just state that for the record, I'm not in favor of offshore wind energy for the West Coast or the East Coast for that matter. I think there's better solutions, and I think this thing's going to be a boondoggle before it's finished. True natural variability we heard about would logically include El Nino events. The conclusion reached and stated that wind turbines reduction of downwind energy transference to the ocean and the related connection to upwelling stay within the confines of natural variability leaves a huge range of possibility as to what the mean average increase or decrease in ocean productivity might be. Wind turbines will operate at all levels of this variability. Without having this study independently peer-reviewed, there's a real possibility that the conclusions we heard today are skewed to represent that wind energy might be beneficial to the productivity of the California current. Certainly during an El Nino event, ocean productivity is diminished to a great degree. Would wind turbines exacerbate the natural variability stress periods that occur? That is the real question that needs to be answered. This begs the question of what happens when wind energy effects during an El Nino event occur. This is an aspect that requires research by BOEM, not just an issuance of natural variability framework, Certainly our offshore wind energy plans at their best are not going to totally prevent the advancement of worldwide climate change. What will the effects of wind energy be on the California current when combined with advancing climate change? Would it be similar to an El Nino event. The second part I'm going to read is a statement or an excerpt from a statement from Oceana that was on the Humboldt EA. A programmatic EIS is warranted. We urge BOEM to prepare a programmatic EIS to ensure sufficient consideration is given to the critical phase of siting and leasing offshore renewable energy facilities. BOEM is embarking on a major new program for offshore wind energy development off California, Oregon, and Washington, which is independently or collectively may have significant impacts on the California current large marine ecosystem. But rather than taking a comprehensive look at this new program and how it may cumulatively affect the marine ecosystem, coastal communities, and existing human uses, BOEM is analyzing each potential development at the project level as a set of individual actions. Decision-making for each wind area is further piecemealed into separate actions surrounding area identification, lease sales, site assessments, and finally, construction and operations. The public must be provided a full understanding of the scope and scale of potential development and cumulative environmental impacts early in the process. And just a couple of comments on some excellent testimony I heard today. If the lady who is worried about 200 wind turbines in the West Coast, think more like 3,000 or 4,000 when they're all done. We don't know how far they're going to take this thing, but certainly to get to the levels that they like to in 2050, they're going to have to do more than 3 gigawatts on the West Coast. So that's one thing. The other thing is on the jobs. There's not many communities on the West Coast that would be capable of handling the type of work that needs to be done to get these turbines assembled and sent to sea. Just Coos Bay might be a possibility, maybe you're down by Eureka, but they're going to have to dredge channels and widen those channels. And there's a lot of environmental things that have to be handled before that would be okayed by the state. So where the jobs are going to come from, I don't know, but the gentleman the other day suggested San Francisco might be a spot, but really it's got the Golden Gate Bridge and the turbines are certainly taller than that. So LA and Puget Sound are the only ones I can think of. And talking to one BOEM official, I was told that Puget Sound might be looking pretty hard at that. So whether that's true or not, it's still on the table. But I think the idea of chasing jobs into these communities is just a pipe dream, just because they don't have the physical capacity to handle the work that needs to be done. So but there's a lot out there and the community really struck a lot of good notes. I will say that I did not hear one comment in favor of wind energy from this community. And also, I believe that was the same in Coos Bay. So I just want to get that on the record because whatever is said, I think it's overwhelmingly the communities have made the case that they do not support wind energy off our coast. There's just too much at stake and there's too little assuredness about just what will happen. And the idea for the NEPA process, as the other gentleman stated, is totally backwards. So thank you for letting me testify. I wish all of you a good day.
Thank you, Mike. So that was our last formal public comment. So we'll close the formal public comment time. And as we had stated, we're glad to stay for additional questions. I want to offer Whitney, Doug, and Yelena a chance, maybe a 5-minute break if you need a break to, okay. Yeah. And then go, Yelena.
I can forego the questions. Out of just to be considerate of your guys' time, you still have to travel back home and we already 49 minutes over. Is there anyone besides me with questions? Because again, anyone?
So we've got two people in the room. Anybody, we've got 30 people still online. Any takers for questions, additional questions online? No. So two people in the room and you, Elena. So three. I think it sounds like Doug might benefit from just a quick break. So let's do that and we'll come back and answer your questions.
If the mayor and I guess.
They deserve it. Deserve it.
Well, based on what Whitney said, it sounds like they're giving you. Well, that's a really great. Yeah. So I think it's well.
All right, we have our panelists back. And so let's go ahead and do our final questions. Yeah, Whitney? Oh, hey, Abby, you want to come on up? Abby and Frank, for any additional questions. And Ariel, you're still monitoring online? Yep. Yep, and Donna's still here. We've got about 30 people still online. No additional questions from our online folks, but from in the room, here we go. So, and I said it was a beautiful sweater. It's a beautiful scarf. Here you go.
This question actually came to mind. I don't know if it's been asked. We are on the Cascadia subduction zone. And I'm wondering, I mean, I think in one sense, yeah, all bets are off if the big one hits, but just earthquake in general, have there been studies done on the impact on earthquakes on the wind farms as they come along?
Yeah, and I can't be sure Oregon, but trying to remember where all we've covered, and maybe someone can kick in and help out. But yeah, we've got a study going on for sure down in California, geohazard studies, and it's Oregon too. Great. So it looks at the earthquakes, you know, the what's the subsea soil like? You know, where are the fault lines running? How much of a hazard is it to slip? So yes, looking at earthquakes and the soil and everything to see the hazards along those lines. Yeah, what she's just saying in the study packet back there, there's the 3 handouts. So if you've got that one, you'll have a thing to get you to it.
Okay, who else has a question? Mark?
Actually, I've been trained as a retired emergency room nurse to think the worst scenario, and I brought it up in my talk. The worst scenario is a hack, like Bonneville Dam. Like I said, those generators were made in China years ago. They're outdated. They have microchips in them. Who put those microchips in? They're made in China. This stuff is all hackable if it comes down to EMP. What about these generators that you plan on making? You're going to farm them out to the best contractor to make these huge generators. Could they be sub-farmed to a Chinese company or a company that is going to be endangering our future grid? Hackable. What's our worst scenario when our grids are taken down in the United States, or these future grids are going to be taken down? Stuff that has to be addressed and not even thought about or talked about probably in any of your studies.
You know, I can say that, you know, on the federal side, you know, we do continually coordinate with, you know, Department of Defense and national security is something that we take into consideration. And, you know, there is, you know, authority that Department of Defense has to limit aspects of foreign ownership and foreign manufacturing on. So, you know, it is something that's taken into consideration. I can say that it can be limited, and, you know, it is a valid concern and it is being addressed.
So in the room, Yelena, you are it.
No one online?
There's no more questions online.
Okay, thank you so much, Jamie, and thank you, Doug. I really appreciate Doug, Whitney, Frank, Abby, and Kearns and West for sticking around, and all of you guys who are still here. I have a couple of things. Some of them are a follow-up. Lease terms came up quite a few times. Who enforces lease terms?
Right now, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is the one who would be the enforcement. You know, I can say too that, you know, we have our sister agency, the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement. So eventually, you know, when we, you know, on the oil and gas side, we have the 2 agencies right now, renewables all within BOEM. You know, we're looking to split those, and, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, it's going to be, you know, the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, who is the enforcement side of the lease conditions and any environmental conditions that would be put on any of the plan approvals moving forward.
Thank you. What is the process to claw back a lease?
Oh, there is a process. We can call it back. It's in the regulations. I don't recall the exact link. You know, if there was something in BOEM needed to, if there was something that happened and we needed to, you know, call the lease back, we can do that. And I don't remember the exact, but it is in the regulations. We have a process for that.
So in New York Bight, the 4.8 or $4.6 billion for 6 leases that were sold, if one of them were to be clawed back by BOEM, for whatever reason, would the government need to pay back the lease amount, possibly whatever billion of dollars or?
No, for BOEM to, not to get too much into speculation, but if something were to happen, and it would have been, something that was the fault of the lessee, an environmental something that happened, it would be, and that's why, it is a big deal to go through that process. But if there was justification and reason for BOEM to, take that lease back, then, it's taken back and it wouldn't be, wouldn't have to pay the money back.
So even if, I don't mean to drag this on, I just want to get to the bottom of this. I've got questions about the subject. Throughout the site assessment and the data gathering, let's say, like Amanda, BOEM's director yesterday said that the data that is being collected at that point is not only to inform the project, but also to really inform the decision. I guess it was about the ecosystem, habitat, sensitive and stuff like that. That's what we were discussing. So with that in mind, if information came back and it turned out that that area is not suitable at all, it's just too sensitive, and damage might be irreversible, and BOEM decided, you know what, maybe not a good idea. So what happens then, financially speaking, to the lease and to the leasee?
Again, not to get too far, our intent is that we're trying to eliminate the areas, where there are fatal flaws. We don't have all the data and information, but we do have some data and information. And, if something were to happen, it's hard to speculate because I can't, is it possible? I guess anything is possible, when they go out there and collect the survey data, because it is going to be more refined. But we would have to cross that bridge when we got to there.
Thank you. One more last. The economic studies came up and understanding the impact, socioeconomic impacts and stuff like that. So it is my understanding that the Federal Regulatory Flexibility Act, under the Small Business Administration, requires federal agencies to perform studies under basically investigating the impacts of a potential proposed action on small entities, small businesses. I am under impression BOEM did not perform such analysis. In the 2007 programmatic environmental impact statement associated with the alternative energy rulemaking, there is a mentioning of the Regulatory Flexibility Act, and the only types of entities that were mentioned, the small businesses, were related to the energy, like small energy producers or utilities. I don't know, I'm not an expert in the energy types of businesses, but there wasn't anything that I saw about any other ocean user groups. So if it was not performed back then, when would such analysis be performed? Because it is a requirement. And we also saw that in the letter from the Small Business Administration submitted to BOEM over the last, I believe, a month ago or so, with the same request.
And I'm not an expert, I can, and you don't quote me if I'm wrong. The small business, when we're dealing with, developing regulations, that's when it comes into play, not necessarily when we're looking at individual projects. I can say that from a, because we've heard, Yelena, this before is, we're looking to partner with National Marine Fisheries Service because they have the economic data and the fishing data, and we're looking to develop in consultation with NIMS or in conjunction with NIMS, kind of that big picture economic impact. So the big picture, not just from a specific project, but with offshore wind, how it connects to the fisheries, how it connects to the, the onshore, uh, fisheries, support services, I'll say, as well as, so we are trying to get the big picture look from an economic standpoint, the interactions, that web of interactions is taking place. So we are looking at that. And like I said, our federal partners at NOAA Fisheries have a lot of the data, and we're looking to partner with them so that we can have we're calling it a white paper, not necessarily a study, but it's kind of going to get to that issue and get to the answers on that.
Any plan further to turn the white paper into analysis, or is it just gonna be at the white paper level?
And I think the white paper is going to be at a high level, and of course, we're going to be able to take the data and information from that. And if we get to this, the lease sale, and we get to actual projects, refine that, use what we can, and it's still at the same time, look at what the economic impacts could potentially be from a project, when we get something that's proposed. So we're kind of looking at big picture, and we're having a plan for, project specifics. Because like, again, that's something that we've heard, we know that we need to answer it. And, it's definitely, we are the federal government, and it takes a while, but we are looking at funding the white paper to get it done sooner rather than later.
Thank you so much, Doug. One last one, and I promise Abby. It shouldn't be that difficult. Climate change, and in NEPA, I believe at least in the last maybe year or so, climate change is now required to be investigated. So can you please elaborate on what is the scope of various climate change elements that BOEM studies under that requirement during the NEPA process? Thank you.
I think Donna will be able to provide
Hi, thanks, Elena. And as you know, climate change is something that we're all very highly aware of. In fact, it's a driving motivation for the purpose and need of why we're even considering offshore energy. And so there's a couple of ways that we're looking and addressing climate change. First of all, I want to emphasize BOEM never does things in isolation. We work with a lot of our partners and worldwide experts in understanding what the projected scenarios of climate change is going to be. And so when we do an impact analysis, you have the most important thing is to do a baseline description of what the situation is. And then when you have a project and alternatives to a project that you're considering, you add on the potential outcome to what the baseline is. So when you have a longer term project, the baseline, as they say, will be changing. Sometimes people call this the sliding baseline. And we expect that climate change is going to affect conditions. In fact, that's widely believed that that is going to be something observed. So we are including a sliding baseline when we get to the larger project of how we expect conditions will change. And then we will have the projected impact from any project or the project alternatives that will incorporate on this sliding baseline that climate change would affect. And as far as the specifics, it will be different according to which resource that you're going to be analyzing. So example, for fish populations, especially harvested species, we are expecting that changing temperature and salinities and productivity from climate change will be affecting fish populations. For example, albacore is known to be a cooler water species. So we expect to have modeling to see how will albacore populations change with climate change. And like I said, many partners will be doing that. And primarily for the impact analyses, we will be looking at that as how the baseline will be changing through time, and then incorporating our impact analysis according to that sliding baseline.
Thank you. I'll follow up to that. So in the same manner, what you just described from the fisheries perspective, looking at the climate impacts to the food security and food supply and production around the country with the climate impacts to that, considering that the fisheries are one of the, well, in Oregon, we are one of the largest protein producers, period, my sector alone. But also the domestic fisheries are one of the key proteins and available food supplies. So is there consideration under the climate change element of the NEPA process to look at the fisheries not as the muscle? If we were talking about cattle, I don't think would we be looking at the muscle or beef? And I think cattle is a little more straightforward for agriculture. Fish maybe less so. We're not under USA purview. Is there food and climate impact consideration and analysis?
I'm not sure if I completely understood your question. It's a little bit hard for me to hear the details of what you asked, but what I thought I heard, so correct me if I'm wrong, is are there specific climate change impacts that we're considering on salmon populations? Is that what you said, Elena?
No, I will thank you for that. No, I will change it. Okay. You are studying under NEPA the climate impacts to the fisheries and how those may impact, let's say, migratory patterns, shifting stocks. So going along the same line, but now thinking from a food perspective, fisheries and the products that they produce from the food perspective. So climate impacts to the food supply from alternative food sources. Example, land-based agriculture. We're living in right now there's really terrible droughts happening in California, Great Plains, and many other important agricultural food producing regions around the world. So I guess what I'm getting at, is there any consideration to the opportunity cost or potential trade-off for taking a portion of the fishing grounds, and I'm simplifying, of course, as to what that may mean to American consumers in terms of the food source under the change in climate conditions?
So under NEPA, there are 4 basic kind of impacts that we examine. The first one being direct impacts, which is obvious by the name of the definition. The second type is indirect impacts, which I think related to what you're saying. So there's the direct action, like say a preclusion from the fishing grounds. And so an indirect effect might be, which we are aware of and would examine at the time that a project could happen, would be, okay, so maybe there's a shift from people fishing in the bottom trawl fishery to going to Dungeness crab, because that's very popular. And so that's an indirect fact. It's not something that it's directly measurable to a project, but it's a consequence. And so those examples that you outlined have many links down. So, and you can actually do a scientific study to see how many links in the causal chain, and that's how we describe it. So it would be to go off in a distance. And so in a big project in the past, we have looked at a number of these causal chains, and we sort of have a cutoff as far as probability of something happening. And so, because like the more links that you have, the more difficult it is to predict and the probabilities of multiple outcomes happening. But that's a process, and it's a process that's scientifically done in all sorts of projects, not just NEPA and so forth. So direct effects, indirect effects, and then we also look at beneficial effects. And then the final one is cumulative effects. So we're mandated by NEPA to look at all 4 of those types of impacts, and we will do so with every federal action under NEPA review.
I guess I would like to see I guess when we cross that bridge, we will get there. Hopefully we won't, of course, but let's say if the beef production has been slashed because of the water shortage around the country, and beef is one of the highest water intense agricultural products to produce with a corn, both take a lot of water. So point is, with the climate impacts to our agricultural land and its ability to continue to sustain us and our lifestyle habits, here's the hypothetical scenario, which I believe is quite likely to happen in some number of years at very least, if we stay on the same trend with droughts at very least. If production of other proteins, such as beef or chicken, was reduced in the United States, all of a sudden, the interest in the wild-caught domestic seafood might just reverse. So is there consideration to that? What would that fish mean to consumers in the year number, what have you, under the conditions that the beef production and chickens and other proteins, hopefully not, I don't want to see that scenario, if those were cut?
All those scenarios which you just described would fall under the sliding baseline phenomenon that I described before. And so if you really would like to ensure that something like that is addressed, it would be good to submit that as the information that shows the causal link between everything, or the projections of scenarios that might cause that outcome to be probable, or what we would say foreseeable. Because like I said, in NEPA, we look at foreseeable events and the probability of the causal change affecting that. So it's a very formal process. We would just, if there's a specific scenario that you're interested in us in looking at, and you want to ensure, you just have to provide that causal link and models that have that prediction. Because like I said, that's part of our process. We look at shifting baselines and the potential effect that any proposed project might have on that shifting baseline. So it's a formal process. It's well described. All we don't have right now, specific to your scenarios, is the models that are predicting that outcome.
So that would be the scoping, right? Process of NEPA to provide that feedback of
you could submit it at any time, right? Again, like say, what you're describing, we would just, if it's what probability and the causal link, and then we could incorporate that in the review. I'm not going, I am not the decider here as far as other, reason, like I'm not a socioeconomist, so I can't say what criteria now would be required or the probabilities and so forth, because that's not my area of expertise. But certainly we look at socioeconomic impacts and we look at changing conditions within the life cycle of a proposed project. So
very helpful. Thank you. And I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Anytime.
What do you say, Elena?
Happy Friday.
I was just checking with Ariella about how many people were still with us. I think she said there were 15, but there's no other additional questions. And we're at 1:15. Are we ready to be done? Well, so then we'll go ahead and close our meeting. Thank you to everybody who is online. Thank you to our 2 participants and dog who still remain in our audience, as well as our state representative. And not that you're after the dog, but you happen to be, because you came around the corner. And thank you to our panel and to Yelena for hosting, and Shalene, thank you for your court reporting. And we have Jacob and Ethan, who have provided all of our technical for today. So that was a feat. So thanks to the 2 of you, and Bianca and Ariella, who've been keeping the side and back room going. Thanks for all of you for all these days. So anything else you want to say? Anybody?
Do I need to use this or?
Sure, we'll just talk to each other on microphones now. Elena.
I want to again reiterate how grateful I am for you coming here, taking the time, listening to us all. I hope that you will consider doing something more of something what was mentioned during the other meetings, where you can get exactly what probably you were hoping to get, but that would take a little more effort and a little more casual. The fishermen are they're a special breed. You gotta get there, you got to gain their trust. You got to show the effort, and it's the one-way conversation, I guess, or communication is they're not used to it because of how fisheries are managed. It's a very back and forth, very involved process where fishermen across the board, especially those managed by the federal bodies like Pacific Fishery Management Council, those guys are regulatory experts. And I bet that maybe we have still someone online, someone like Karen Braby, for example, or Maggie Sommer from ODFNW. I bet you they would say, yep, you talk, maybe not all fishermen, but many of them, they speak the same language. They don't need to be explained what. No, they're ready to come to PFMC and give a testimony that the council is hoping to hear, because that's the only, my understanding, that's the really only way for the council to fully understand what are the all different potential trade-offs. And the council process takes a couple of years. I'm sure you already heard about it. Before something, it's very slow, but there is a reason for that. It's methodical. So there is those get-togethers sessions, sitting around the table, and environmentalists, fishermen, regulators, there's all sorts of sectors. It's across the board, and they're all sitting in the same room. They're stuck together, working on all sorts of issues related to specific fishery. They've got difference of opinions, for sure. But at the end of the day, the decisions that made through that way, they may not all agree on the outcomes, but I bet that they agree across the board that it was the best that the council could do. Maybe not all. I bet there's right now rolling eyes here and there. However, it's just that type of engagement. That's what they're used to. And when they come to council to testify like this style, they know council members by their first names. Because of that, again, it's very involved. And just something to consider for you guys. I know it's not probably the easiest to revolutionize or reform BOEM's, how BOEM approaches it, but it's something to consider if you want support more from the local communities around the country. That's just something. And the other part I want to finish with, they gotta know how to use their information. What difference does it make? Does it make any difference? Right now, there's no trust. And I will speak only on my own self, my own behalf. There is no trust because I don't know. It's like, what else do we need to provide? Because outcome already kind of predetermined. And you guys don't explain. Yes, you provide some rationale, but where is all the feedback that it's crazy how much this issue takes time? I did not realize I would be offshore wind energy expert. I'm cynical and I'm not happy about it. I'm going to find my way back to myself. However, this is not what my job is about. All my other duties are sidelined. And I'm one of the many whom you guys all know. And the boats, our guys and gals are out there fishing, risking their life. And you got to meet a few of the ladies and hear their testimony. I was crying on the other side when I was on Zoom. When the lady from the Newport Fisherman's wife made her statement about what it feels writing a check to the family and then Michelle Adler came after. Only if you knew, but that's not just one person's story. That's the industry. So we're really, I'm fortunate. I am very fortunate to work for this industry. I feel for them very much. So I wish you good luck. And I recognize that this is just a job for you, just like this is a job for me, just a job. I can probably transition into something else, but that's not how fishermen operate. They won't transition to, that's why there is the social, I guess, socioeconomic issues in the industry are there, because they're just committed, that's their life for life. There are certain issues associated with that. It's not an easy occupation, so I don't want to get into the details, but basically, you got to look at how much more prone those people are to certain things. It's just because how committed they are. This is it for them. They won't be retrained into anything else. They won't be ferrying people. That's for sure. They will block probably the waterway. So I thank you for the effort. And I really hope that what Amanda left and encouraged us all to do, to have an open and honest conversation. I appreciate Doug for the feedback today. Thank you. And we just want to know the rules of the game, that's all. The only way we can work for ourselves to just even have a stage, you have to know the rules of the game. You want to pass any freakish test? You have to know how test works. If you don't know how the test, what test is asking, how it is, it multiple question, is it not? We don't know those things. We're kind of shooting in the sky with closed eyes. Really, maybe not anymore because we're figuring things out. We're getting much better at it, and we will keep getting better. But that's a waste of our time. I would really appreciate if you just tell us, hey, this is what's up. It's uncomfortable to say because it's an ugly truth and many of us will be screaming and kicking, but guess what? At least I would be so grateful because it would save me a couple of years of my time. Sorry, I'm getting a little passionate. I'm wrapping it up, bottom. Thank you. And I hope to see you again on the coast, and I hope the room will be full with a bunch of fishermen. And it will be just a giant round table. And hopefully maybe that's going to be the approach for the next area. I mean, the next whole area as the actual next first whole area, because these whole areas are not good and they won't, and you already, I think you got such a good idea from today's meeting, how not good they are. And the room was, by the way, way more just, as they said, just citizens and local members of community, and not everyone was a fisherman. Yes, Republican David Broxby, the representative. Oh boy, I'm done. Can you please believe it? I have a Monday board meeting and yep.